spans continents and centuries, tracing the rise and fall of empires, the shifting of borders, and the clashes that reshape the world forever. Our story takes us to the heart of one of history's most significant and far-reaching conflicts, the 7 Years' War. It is a war whose ripples touched nearly every corner of the globe, from the grand courts of Europe to the untamed wilderness of North America, from the sweltering heat of the Indian subcontinent to the bustling harbours of the Caribbean. Though much of it is often overlooked or fragmented in memory, the 7 Years' War was, in essence, the first truly global war, a harbinger of modern geopolitics and colonial rivalry. More than just a war between nations, this was a clash of empires, where the victors would not only dominate the European continent, but control the burgeoning colonial world as well. Its outcome would determine the fate of nations, redraw borders, and lay the groundwork for future world conflicts, including the American Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. The 7 Years' War was a defining moment in the history of colonization and set in motion a new era of global competition that continues to influence our modern world. But before we dive further into the complexities of this vast conflict, allow me to welcome you to the ASMR History Hub. This is a place where the ancient empires, legendary battles, and pivotal political moments are brought to life through gentle and relaxing narration. Whether you're looking to unwind, fall asleep, or simply lose yourself in the beauty of history, you have come to the right place. If you enjoy exploring history with me, make sure to subscribe and comment below with suggestions for future videos. I love hearing from you all, and your support helps me stay motivated as I work continuously to improve my content. Now, let's get back to the video. In order to truly understand the 7 Years' War, we must start by looking at the European continent as it was back in the mid-18th century. It was a continent simmering with tension, its fragile peace held together by little more than a web of shifting alliances and uneasy truces. It was a time when monarchs reigned supreme, their ambitions dictating the fate of millions. Dynasties, territorial disputes, and centuries-old rivalries fueled the politics of the day, creating a tinderbox ready to ignite at the slightest spark. At the heart of these tensions were the great powers of Europe, Great Britain, France, Austria, and Prussia, each vying for dominance in an increasingly unstable landscape. With the balance of power so delicate, the peace was never truly secure. Imagine Europe as a vast game board, where the rulers of nations, like players, manoeuvred to secure their positions. But this was no friendly competition. The stakes were high, and the consequences of a single move could set off a chain reaction that reverberated across the world. The map of Europe was dotted with fragile boundaries and contested territories, where every piece of land carried strategic importance. The ruling houses of Europe, the Hohenzollerns of Prussia all kept a wary eye on one another, seeking opportunities to expand their influence and secure their legacies. At the heart of this complex political landscape were two alliances that would come to define the war. On one side, there was the Anglo-Prussian alliance, forged between Great Britain and Prussia. This was a partnership born out of shared interests. Britain sought to protect its colonies and maintain its naval dominance, while Prussia, under the leadership of the formidable Frederick the Great, sought to expand its territory and secure its position as a European power. Together they would stand against the might of the French-Austrian-Russian coalition, a formidable trio of nations, united by their shared desire to curb Prussia's growing influence and challenge Britain's colonial ambitions. Frederick the Great of Prussia was one of the most dynamic and ambitious rulers of the time, a military genius whose campaigns would earn him a lasting place in the annals of history. Meanwhile, across the continent, Empress Maria Theresa of Austria sought to reclaim lands lost to Prussia in previous conflicts, while France and Russia hoped to curb Prussian power and expand their own influence. This intricate dance of alliances, ambitions, and rivalries created a powder keg that was primed to explode, plunging Europe and much of the world into a conflict that would reshape the course of history. In the words of historian Frederick Anderson, what the war demonstrated is that European politics had become increasingly intricate, with a network of alliances and rivalries stretching across the world. This quote, softly whispered into the stillness of the evening, captures the complexity of the era, a time when decisions made in the halls of European palaces could send shockwaves across oceans and continents. As the 18th century marched on, the carefully constructed alliances and rivalries began to fray, and the tension that had simmered for years was about to boil over. The question was no longer if war would break out, but when. And with so many interests at stake, the coming conflict would not be confined to the battlefields of Europe. No, this would be a war fought across the globe, where the ambitions of kings and emperors would clash in far-flung lands, from the forests of North America to the plains of India. But what exactly caused this war to ignite? What were the sparks that set this global conflict ablaze? To truly understand the origins of the 7 Years' War, we must go back further still, to the deep-seated rivalries, territorial ambitions, and colonial disputes that had been building for decades. In the next section, we will explore the causes of the war, uncovering the intricate web of events that led Europe and the world into a conflict that would change the course of history forever. The origins of the 7 Years' War can be traced back to a conflict that erupted nearly a decade earlier, the War of Austrian Succession. It was a struggle that would set the stage for the larger and more devastating war that followed, revealing the deep fractures in European diplomacy and the fierce ambitions of its ruling powers. The War of Austrian succession, fought between 1740 and 1748, began over a seemingly straightforward issue: the succession of Maria Theresa to the Austrian throne. Upon the death of her father, Emperor Charles VI, Maria Theresa ascended to power. However, her claim to the Habsburg dominions was quickly contested, leading to a broader European war that would draw in the great powers of the time. Prussia, led by the ambitious Frederick the Great, saw an opportunity in this dispute. Frederick moved swiftly to seize Silesia, a prosperous Austrian territory that would later become the linchpin of Prussian power. France and Spain, seeking to weaken Austria, threw their support behind Prussia, while Britain, eyeing the balance of power on the continent, allied itself with Austria. What had begun as a dynastic dispute over the Austrian crown quickly spiraled into a continent-wide struggle for dominance. The war raged for 8 years, leaving Europe exhausted but with no clear resolution. When the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed in 1748, it brought an uneasy peace, but not lasting stability. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle may have ended the fighting, but it left many of the key issues unresolved, merely papering over the cracks that had formed during the war. Prussia, victorious in its conquest of Silesia, emerged as a rising power in Central Europe. This acquisition, however, did not sit well with Austria, whose empress, Maria Theresa, viewed the loss of Silesia as both a personal and national humiliation. The peace between Prussia and Austria was little more than a truce, a temporary pause in their rivalry that was destined to erupt again. Maria Theresa never relinquished her desire to reclaim the lost province, and Frederick the Great, emboldened by his success, harboured ambitions of further territorial expansion. The unresolved tensions between Austria and Prussia formed the foundation of what would soon become the 7 Years' War. The peace forged at Aix-la-Chapelle had failed to address the deep-seated territorial and dynastic disputes that plagued Europe. Austria, still smarting from the loss of Silesia, sought to rebuild its military and diplomatic strength, while Prussia, under Frederick's iron leadership, worked tirelessly to consolidate its hold on the region. The ambitions of both nations were incompatible, and their mutual distrust made the fragile peace untenable. With each passing year, the prospect of renewed conflict loomed larger, as both Austria and Prussia manoeuvred for allies and prepared for the inevitable clash. Frederick the Great of Prussia stood at the centre of this brewing storm. A brilliant tactician and shrewd politician, Frederick had transformed Prussia from a relatively minor state into a major European power. His success in the War of Austrian Succession had earned him both admiration and enmity across the continent. While his military genius was undeniable, his aggressive expansionism made him a dangerous neighbour. Austria, under the determined leadership of Maria Theresa, was equally unyielding. The Empress was determined to reclaim Austria's lost territories and restore Habsburg prestige, and she worked tirelessly to form new alliances that would counter Prussia's growing influence. The rivalry between Austria and Prussia was not merely a bilateral conflict. It drew in other European powers who sought to tip the balance of power in their favour. France, wary of Prussia's growing might and eager to reassert its own dominance, aligned itself with Austria in a reversal of their traditional enmity. This realignment, known as the Diplomatic Revolution, marked a dramatic shift in European alliances. Meanwhile, Britain, which had long been Austria's ally, found itself increasingly aligned with Prussia as a counterbalance to the Franco-Austrian alliance. The once clear lines of European diplomacy had been blurred, and the stage was set for a conflict that would engulf the continent and beyond. The tensions between Austria, Prussia, and their respective allies reached a boiling point in the mid-18th century. Austria, under Maria Theresa, was determined not only to reclaim Silesia, but to curb Prussia's growing influence in the Holy Roman Empire. Prussia, under Frederick, sought to solidify its position as a dominant power in Central Europe. The rivalry between these two states, once a regional affair, now threatened to destabilize the entire continent. France, eager to expand its influence in Europe and beyond, aligned itself with Austria, while Britain, wary of French ambitions, threw its support behind Prussia. These alliances would shape the course of the coming conflict as Europe descended into war once again. As tensions mounted on the continent, they were mirrored by conflicts brewing overseas. The colonial empires of Britain and France, already embroiled in bitter competition for territory and trade, would soon find their rivalries playing out on a global stage. With Europe poised for war, the conflict was about to spill over into the colonies, where the struggle for supremacy would take on new dimensions in North America, India, and beyond. The 7 Years' War, while rooted in European politics, would become a truly global conflict, one where the fates of empires hung in the balance. As we turn our gaze to the distant shores of the New World, the colonial rivalries that fueled the war come into sharp focus. As the 18th century unfolded, the rivalry between Britain and France was not confined to the European continent. Their struggle for supremacy stretched across the globe, igniting conflicts in the far-flung colonies of North America, the Caribbean, and India. In these distant lands, the ambitions of these two great powers clashed, transforming regional disputes into battles that would ultimately fuel the larger fire of the 7 Years' War. In North America, the seeds of conflict had been sown long before the first shots were fired. The British colonies, clustered along the eastern seaboard, were steadily expanding westward, driven by a hunger for new land and resources. But to the north and west lay New France, a vast territory controlled by the French that stretched from the St. Lawrence River to the Great Lakes and beyond, encompassing much of modern-day Canada. The French, who had built strong trading relationships with Native American tribes, were determined to hold on to this land, particularly the lucrative fur trade it sustained. The Ohio River Valley, where British and French interests collided most sharply, became the epicenter of a growing struggle. Both powers claimed the region, and skirmishes between British settlers and French forces soon escalated into open conflict, with Native American tribes often caught in the middle, forced to choose sides in a war not of their making. The stakes were equally high in the Caribbean, where Britain and France vied for control over the region's immensely profitable sugar plantations. The Caribbean islands, with their rich, fertile soil, were economic powerhouses, producing sugar that was shipped back to Europe to feed a growing demand. Control of these islands meant control of vast wealth, and both Britain and France recognised the importance of naval dominance in securing their interests. The waters of the Caribbean became a battleground, as both nations sought to protect their colonies, disrupt each other's trade, and seize strategic territories. For the British and French alike, the Caribbean was not just a place of sun and sea, it was a key to economic supremacy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, another theatre of conflict was taking shape in India. Here, the British East India Company and its French counterpart were locked in a fierce struggle for influence and control. India was a land of unimaginable wealth, its resources of spices, textiles, and jewels coveted by European powers. The British and French, through their respective trading companies, sought to carve out spheres of influence, building alliances with local rulers and waging proxy wars through them. The conflict would come to a head in battles like those at Plassey and Vandiwash, where British and French forces, backed by local allies, fought for control of key territories. The outcome of these battles would not only determine the future of British and French power in India, but would also ripple back to Europe, influencing the broader course of the war. At the heart of these colonial rivalries were not just territorial ambitions, but also economic interests that drove both nations to expand their empires. Britain and France were locked in a mercantilist struggle, each seeking to control the trade routes and resources that would fuel their economies. For Britain, dominance over the seas was paramount. Control of the oceans meant control of trade, and with it, the ability to enrich the homeland through the flow of goods from the colonies. Timber, fur, sugar, and spices were more than just commodities. They were the lifeblood of the empire. France too recognised the value of its overseas possessions and invested heavily in its naval and military forces to protect its interests. The pursuit of wealth and resources created an insatiable demand for new markets and colonies, and both nations knew that in this high-stakes game, only the strongest would prevail. The more land they controlled, the more power they wielded on the world stage. This economic competition secure the most profitable territories. The fragile peace that had existed between the two nations was crumbling under the weight of their colonial ambitions, and soon the rivalries that had festered in the far corners of the world would erupt into full-scale war. The impact of these colonial rivalries, however, was not limited to the European powers alone. Indigenous peoples and local rulers found themselves drawn into the conflict, their fates intertwined with the ambitions of distant empires. In North America, Native American tribes were forced to navigate a dangerous landscape, caught between the encroaching British settlers and the established French fur traders. Some tribes, like the Iroquois Confederacy, allied themselves with the British in the hopes of stemming French expansion, while others, like the Algonquins, sided with the French, hoping to preserve their way of life in the face of British colonialism. These alliances were often precarious, as Native American leaders weighed the promises and betrayals of both European powers. In India, the colonial competition between Britain and France similarly entangled local powers. The Mughal Empire, once dominant in the region, was in decline, and regional rulers like the Nawab of Bengal and the Marathas sought to exploit the European rivalries to their own advantage. Both the British and French trading companies formed alliances with these local rulers, promising support in exchange for influence and control over key territories. These alliances were fragile and often short-lived, as shifting loyalties and military defeats upended the balance of power. For the indigenous peoples of North America and the rulers of India, the European conflict was not just a distant war, it was a struggle that would reshape their lives and lands. As tensions escalated in the colonies, the stage was set for a larger conflict that would soon engulf Europe itself. The colonial rivalries between Britain and France, fueled by economic interests and territorial ambitions, were about to boil over, drawing the major powers of Europe into a war that would span continents. But before the first shots were fired in Europe, a dramatic shift in the political landscape would take place. The diplomatic revolution of 1756, a reshuffling of alliances that would set the stage for the 7 Years' War. In the intricate dance of European politics, few moments were as pivotal as the diplomatic revolution of 1756. As the 18th century progressed, the traditional alliances that had held for decades were suddenly upended in a dramatic realignment of power. This shift would not only reshape Europe's political landscape, but also set the stage for one of the most devastating conflicts in history, the 7 Years' War. The diplomatic revolution was not just a shuffling of alliances, it was a seismic event that rattled the foundations of European diplomacy, leaving kings and ministers scrambling to adjust to the new realities of a rapidly changing world. For years, Austria and Britain had been steadfast allies, united by their shared interests and a common enemy in France. But as Austria's influence waned and Prussia, under the ambitious leadership of Frederick the Great rose in prominence, Austria found itself increasingly vulnerable. Maria Theresa, the Empress of Austria, had never forgiven Prussia for its conquest of Silesia during the War of Austrian Succession, and she was determined to reclaim the lost province. But Austria's traditional alliance with Britain, now more concerned with protecting its overseas colonies and the small German territory of Hanover, no longer seemed sufficient. Austria needed a new ally, one powerful enough to help contain Frederick's growing ambitions. In a move that shocked the courts of Europe, Austria turned to France, its long-standing rival, for support. The enmity between Austria and France was legendary, but in the face of a common threat, old hatreds were put aside. France, wary of Prussia's growing power and eager to regain influence in Europe, agreed to the alliance. This was an extraordinary shift. Two former enemies uniting to form one of the most formidable coalitions Europe had ever seen. The stage was set for war, and all of Europe watched as Austria and France, once sworn adversaries, now stood together against Prussia. But this was not the only alliance to be reconfigured in 1756. Britain, recognising the growing threat posed by the Franco-Austrian alliance, sought a powerful ally of its own. The answer lay in Prussia. Despite their differences, Britain and Prussia shared a common goal: the containment of Austria and France. Britain's interests in Hanover made an alliance with Prussia particularly attractive, as Frederick the Great could provide the military strength needed to protect the German territory from potential Austrian aggression. For Frederick, an alliance with Britain offered a chance to secure his position in Europe and protect his conquests from an Austrian counterattack. Thus, the diplomatic revolution was born. The realignment of Austria and France on one side, and Britain and Prussia on the other, represented a dramatic reshuffling of Europe's power dynamics. No longer were the alliances based on traditional enmities. Instead, they were forged out of strategic necessity. As the balance of power shifted, the stakes grew higher, and Europe inched ever closer to the brink of war. At the heart of this new order were two key treaties, each formalising the alliances that would shape the conflict to come. The first, the Treaty of Westminster, signed in 1756, solidified the Anglo-Prussian alliance. For Britain, this treaty was crucial to safeguarding Hanover, a small yet strategically important territory in Germany. Britain, with its powerful navy and far-reaching colonial empire, could not afford to see Hanover fall into enemy hands, and Prussia, with its formidable army, was the perfect partner to defend it. In exchange, Britain would support Prussia's efforts to fend off Austrian aggression, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement that would hold throughout the war. On the other side of the continent, the Treaty of Versailles marked the formal alliance between Austria and France. This was a diplomatic U-turn that few could have predicted. Austria, which had fought bitterly against France for generations, now found itself aligned with its old adversary. For France, the treaty was an opportunity to regain influence in Europe after its losses in the War of Austrian Succession, while Austria saw it as the only viable path to reclaiming Silesia from Prussia. The Treaty of Versailles shocked Europe, not only because it united traditional enemies, but because it reshaped the very structure of European diplomacy. These treaties, the twin pillars of the diplomatic revolution, did more than just redraw the lines of European alliances. They solidified the opposing blocs that would soon plunge the continent into war, with Austria, France, and Russia on one side, and Britain and Prussia on the other. Europe was now divided into two hostile camps, each prepared to defend their interests at all costs. The fragile peace that had held since the War of Austrian Succession was shattered, and the continent braced itself for the inevitable conflict that would follow. The diplomatic revolution of 1756 was a turning point that made war almost inevitable. The lines were drawn, the alliances were set, and the stage was prepared for a conflict that would engulf Europe and spread across the globe. As historian Franz A.J. Sabo remarked, the diplomatic revolution reshaped European power, politics, in a way that made the conflict inevitable. With the major powers now aligned into two formidable blocs, the world teetered on the edge of a global struggle that would see empires rise and fall. And at the centre of this coming storm stood one man who would shape the fate of the European theatre, Frederick the Great of Prussia. Bold, brilliant, and fiercely ambitious, Frederick was not content to merely defend his territory. He had his own plans, and the war that was now brewing across Europe would offer him the perfect stage on which to enact them. Frederick was a man who saw war not just as a means of survival, but as a tool for shaping the destiny of his nation. With the ink barely dry on the treaties of the War of Austrian Succession, Frederick's ambitions were clear. He sought to transform Prussia from a regional power into a European juggernaut. At the centre of this vision was Silesia, the rich and strategically vital territory he had seized from Austria in the earlier conflict. But keeping Silesia under Prussian control was no easy task. The Empress of Austria, Maria Theresa, viewed its loss as a wound to her empire, and she was determined to reclaim it at any cost. For Frederick, the coming war was not just about survival, it was about cementing Prussia's place among the great powers of Europe. In 1756, as tensions boiled over and the diplomatic revolution shattered traditional alliances, Frederick knew that a preemptive strike would be his best chance at controlling the coming storm. His early ambitions were audacious: to crush Austria's forces before they could consolidate their strength, and to maintain Prussia's hold over Silesia. The first great test of this ambition came at the Battle of Lobositz, the opening clash of the 7 Years' War. Lobositz, fought in the autumn of 1756, was more than just a tactical engagement. It was a statement. Frederick had marched into Bohemia with one goal: to neutralise Austria's ability to challenge his claim to Silesia. His army, renowned for its discipline and precision, was put to the test against the larger, better positioned Austrian forces. Yet, as the fog lifted over the battlefield, Frederick's superior training and mobility became evident. The Prussian army, moving with the speed and coordination that had become its hallmark, outflanked and outmaneuvered the Austrians. Lobositz was a tactical victory for Frederick, but its psychological impact was even greater. He had proven that Prussia, despite its smaller size and limited resources, was a force to be reckoned with. The battle sent shockwaves through Europe and reaffirmed Frederick's belief that he could defy the odds. Much of Frederick's success lay in the innovations he had introduced to the Prussian military. His armies were not just well trained, they were highly mobile, able to move faster than any of their European counterparts. Frederick understood that Prussia, with its smaller population and limited resources, could not afford the slow, grinding wars of attrition that larger nations like Austria and France could sustain. Instead, he relied on swift, decisive battles, using rapid manoeuvring to strike at vulnerable points in his enemy's defences. His ability to outthink and outmaneuver his opponents became his greatest weapon, and Lobositz was just the beginning. The following year, 1757, would see Frederick's military genius tested like never before. Facing a coalition of France, Austria, and the Holy Roman Empire, Prussia seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet Frederick's response was nothing short of legendary. At the Battle of Rossbach in November of 1757, his army faced overwhelming odds. The combined forces of France and the Holy Roman Empire outnumbered his troops nearly 2-1. Most commanders would have retreated or sought a defensive position, but Frederick saw an opportunity. With brilliant use of terrain and rapid manoeuvres, he lured the enemy into a vulnerable position and then struck with lightning speed. The Battle of Rossbach was over in less than 90 minutes. Frederick's troops, using superior tactics and discipline, routed the French and Imperial forces, inflicting massive casualties while sustaining minimal losses themselves. Rossbach was more than just a military victory. It was a triumph of strategy, a testament to Frederick's ability to defy the odds. Word of the victory spread quickly across Europe, and Frederick's reputation as one of the greatest military commanders of the age was cemented. Prussian morale soared, and the victory had a profound impact on the course of the war. Yet, Frederick was not done. Just weeks after Rossbach, he delivered another crushing blow to his enemies at the Battle of Leuthen. This time, it was the Austrian army that faced Frederick's wrath. Outnumbered yet again, Frederick employed a bold and innovative tactic known as the oblique order, concentrating his forces on one point of the enemy line to break through and create chaos. The Austrians, despite their superior numbers, were no match for the speed and precision of the Prussian army. its hopes of a quick victory in the war. The combination of Rossbach and Leuthen transformed the tide of the war. Frederick had demonstrated that Prussia, though smaller and surrounded by enemies, could outfight and outthink the greatest powers in Europe. His use of rapid, flexible manoeuvring and flanking strategies became the stuff of legend, studied by military leaders for generations to come. But while the victories brought glory, they also masked the harsh realities that Frederick faced. Prussia's military strategy, though brilliant, came at a high cost. Frederick's aggressive approach, while effective, required an enormous expenditure of resources. Prussia, with its relatively small population, was stretched to its limits. Conscription filled the ranks of his armies, but maintaining a constant state of war strained the nation's manpower and economy. Mercenaries were hired to bolster his forces, but even they could not fully offset the growing toll of the war. Supplies became scarce, and communication across the vast battlefronts of Europe was increasingly difficult to maintain. Frederick, though a master of strategy, was acutely aware that he was fighting a multi-front war against Austria, France, and Russia, an almost impossible task for any single nation. As the war dragged on, these challenges mounted. Prussia's victories, though remarkable, came at the cost of exhausting its resources. Frederick's reliance on quick, decisive battles was not just a tactic, it was a necessity. He knew that Prussia could not afford a long, drawn-out conflict. Each victory was vital, not just for maintaining his position, but for keeping Prussia from collapsing under the weight of its enemies. Yet, despite the immense pressures he faced, Frederick remained undaunted. His resilience, combined with his sharp military mind, kept Prussia in the fight when most nations would have crumbled. He was not just a commander. He was a symbol of Prussian determination, leading his troops through battles that seemed unwinnable and defying expectations at every turn. Even as he faced overwhelming odds, Frederick's tactical brilliance continued to shine through, making him one of the most formidable figures of the 7 Years' War. But Frederick could not fight alone. As he launched daring campaigns and won decisive victories, his enemies were regrouping. Austria, France, and Russia, though shaken by Prussia's successes, were far from defeated. They began to coordinate their efforts more closely, determined to crush Frederick once and for all. The war, which had begun as a series of isolated battles, was now becoming a coordinated effort to destroy Prussia and its ambitious king. The coalition against Frederick was growing stronger, and soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, as Austria, France, and Russia prepared to launch a massive counter-offensive in the European theatre. As Frederick the Great marched his armies across Europe, winning stunning victories and defying the odds, his enemies were far from idle. In Austria, Maria Theresa had not forgotten the bitter loss of Silesia, a province she considered rightfully hers. To the Austrian empress, the theft of Silesia by Prussia was not just a territorial loss, Prussia's prestige. Every inch of that land was a reminder of defeat, and she was determined to reclaim it, no matter the cost. Maria Theresa's motivations were personal as much as they were political. The loss of Silesia had occurred early in her reign, and she had been forced to defend her crown in a time of vulnerability. But now, with her empire strengthened through military reforms and bureaucratic reorganisation, she was ready for a rematch. Her resolve to reclaim the territory pushed her to enact sweeping changes. She reorganised the Austrian military, modernising its ranks and appointing capable leaders like Field Marshal Leopold von Daun. Under her leadership, Austria would no longer be a passive victim of Prussia's aggression. It would strike back, and this time with formidable allies at its side. Austria's military response was nothing short of a strategic overhaul. Maria Theresa knew that to defeat Frederick, she needed more than just a reformed army. She needed powerful allies. This is where the diplomatic revolution played a crucial role. Aligning herself with France and Russia, Austria created a coalition that could match Prussia's military strength. These alliances gave her access to the vast resources of Russia and the naval power of France, creating a multi-front challenge that even Frederick would struggle to contain. In battles like Kolin in 1757, Austrian forces under von Daun proved they could hold their ground, delivering one of Frederick's rare defeats. Maria Theresa's determination was a force unto itself, and with each passing year of the war, she pushed ever closer to her goal of retaking Silesia. While Austria focused on reclaiming lost territories, France entered the war with broader ambitions. For the French, this conflict was not just about limiting Prussia's influence. It was about curbing British power both in Europe and across the globe. France, locked in an imperial rivalry with Britain, saw the 7 Years' War as an opportunity to strike at their enemies' colonies while simultaneously weakening Prussia, Britain's closest continental ally. Initially, French forces were sent to engage Prussia on the Western Front. However, the French army's performance was mixed. Their early involvement culminated in the disastrous Battle of Rossbach, where Frederick's outnumbered forces humiliated the French and imperial troops in a swift and decisive victory. Despite the setback at Rossbach, France remained a crucial part of the anti-Prussian coalition. However, internal political struggles weakened their military efforts. Corruption and mismanagement within the French government hampered their ability to fully commit to the war, and resources were stretched thin between the European front and naval battles against the British in the Atlantic. France's failure to deliver consistent military victories in Europe would eventually contribute to the coalition's struggles. Still, they remained a thorn in Frederick's side, and their efforts kept Prussia from ever feeling truly secure on its western front. Russia, on the other hand, was rapidly becoming one of Frederick's most formidable foes. Under the leadership of Empress Elizabeth, Russia was determined to curb Prussia's growing influence suspicion of Frederick's ambitions, and her resolve to stop him was as strong as Maria Theresa's. Russia's entry into the war significantly shifted the balance of power. Unlike France, which was weakened by internal issues, Russia's military machine was organised, well-funded, and vast in scale. Russian forces quickly proved their worth, delivering blow after blow to Prussian armies. In several key battles, Russian troops brought Frederick's forces to the brink of disaster. They were relentless, their sheer numbers overwhelming Prussian lines time and again. Russian soldiers, known for their tenacity, fought with a dogged determination that unnerved Frederick's commanders. Unlike the more cautious French or Austrian troops, Russian armies were willing to take heavy losses to achieve their objectives, making them a terrifying adversary. By 1759, the war in Europe had reached a fever pitch. Prussia, still standing but increasingly stretched thin, faced its greatest challenge yet. The combined might of Austria and Russia was poised to deliver a decisive blow, and Frederick, ever confident in his abilities, chose to confront this threat head-on. The stage was set for the Battle of Kunersdorf, a battle that would go down in history as one of Frederick's most crushing defeats. The lead up to Kunersdorf was filled with the optimism and bravado that had characterized Frederick's earlier campaigns. He had faced larger armies before and won. The odds, while daunting, did not faze him. His strategy was clear: strike swiftly, catch the enemy off guard, and break their lines before they could coordinate their forces. It was a plan that had worked at Rossbach and Leuthen, and Frederick believed it could work again. The Russian and Austrian forces had positioned themselves near Kunersdorf, confident in their numbers and their defensive positions. Frederick, however, saw these defences as an opportunity to demonstrate once more his military genius. But from the outset, things went wrong. The battle began promisingly enough. Frederick's forces launched a fierce assault on the Russian positions, and for a brief moment it seemed as though the tide might turn in his favour. The Prussian cavalry, known for their discipline and effectiveness, charged at the Russian lines, and Frederick could sense victory within his grasp. But Kunersdorf was not like the battles he had won before. The Russian defences were stronger than anticipated, and as the Prussians pushed forward, the battle quickly spiralled out of control. Miscommunication between Frederick's commanders led to a breakdown in coordination. The Prussian infantry, so often the backbone of Frederick's victories, became disorganised under the withering Russian artillery fire. As the assault dragged on, the Russian and Austrian forces counterattacked with brutal efficiency. The Prussian cavalry, which had been so effective in earlier battles, was decimated in the chaos. By midday, what had started as a confident assault had turned into a desperate struggle for survival. Frederick, watching his army fall apart, tried desperately to rally his men. He rode through the battlefield, shouting orders and urging his soldiers to hold the line, but the situation was beyond saving. His army, overwhelmed and outnumbered, was shattered. Of the 50,000 men who had marched with Frederick into battle that day, nearly 20,000 lay dead or wounded by the end of it. The Prussian army had been routed, and for the first time in the war, Frederick faced the prospect of total defeat. Kunersdorf was not just a military loss, it was a devastating blow to Frederick's confidence and to Prussian morale. His reputation as an invincible commander had been shattered, and Prussia itself now stood on the brink of collapse. The coalition forces, emboldened by their victory, were preparing to strike again, and Frederick knew that his kingdom could not withstand another disaster of this magnitude. The toll of the war was becoming unbearable. Prussia's resources were dwindling, its armies were depleted, and the strain on Frederick himself was immense. Though the war was not yet over, the psychological impact of Kunersdorf weighed heavily on him. His confidence, once unshakable, was now clouded with doubt, and as the war dragged on, it became clear that the greatest battle Frederick now faced was not on the battlefield, but within himself, as he struggled to lead a nation on the edge of collapse. The aftermath of the Battle of Kunersdorf was a crushing moment in the life of Frederick the Great. This wasn't just a defeat, it was a catastrophe that shook him to his core. Kunersdorf had started like so many of Frederick's previous battles, full of confidence, bold manoeuvres, and the belief that his brilliance would once again lead Prussia to victory. But this time, the tide had turned against him. As his army was decimated, Frederick's unshakable belief in his invincibility crumbled. In the wake of the disaster, he wrote to his brother, the Prince of Prussia, in a letter that laid bare his despair. I believe everything is lost. I shall not survive the downfall of my country. It was a rare moment of vulnerability for a man who had long prided himself on his resilience and strategic genius. Frederick, the warrior king who had once been certain of his destiny to make Prussia great, now faced the terrifying reality that he might lose everything. Kunersdorf was not just the loss of a battle, it was the erosion of faith. Faith in himself, faith in his army, and faith in Prussia's future. The emotional toll weighed heavily on him. He had witnessed the annihilation of thousands of his men, and the kingdom he had built with so much effort now seemed poised to collapse under the combined might of Austria, Russia, and France. His confidence, once his greatest asset, had been shattered. The blow to Frederick's psyche reverberated throughout the ranks of the Prussian army. The soldiers who had once followed their king with unwavering loyalty now questioned whether victory was still possible. Kunersdorf had not just been a tactical defeat, it had broken the back of Prussia's fighting forces. Tens of thousands had been killed, wounded, or taken prisoner, and entire regiments were wiped out. Supplies, already stretched thin, were now nearly depleted. Soldiers went without proper Dispersions increased as men, disillusioned by the crushing losses, fled the battlefield or simply disappeared into the countryside, unwilling to continue fighting a war that seemed increasingly hopeless. Back home, the population's morale followed the same trajectory as the armies. After years of supporting Frederick's ambitious campaigns, the people of Prussia began to lose faith in their king. Rumours spread of Frederick's growing isolation and despair, and the once unshakable support from the public began to falter. The king, once seen as a near mythical leader, now appeared fragile and human, and the pressure mounted as Prussia's enemies pressed in from all sides. Every defeat brought fresh fears that the Prussian state could not hold out much longer. It wasn't just the army that was on the verge of collapse. Frederick's leadership was being questioned for the first time since the war had begun. But if there was one constant in Frederick's character, it was his refusal to accept defeat. Even in his darkest moments, he clung to the belief that there was still a way to save Prussia. He had written that he would not survive the fall of his kingdom, but despite his personal despair, he continued to fight. With what remained of his forces, Frederick regrouped, reorganised, and plotted his next moves. Kunersdorf had been a disaster, but it had not yet spelled the end for Prussia. Frederick knew that surrender would mean not just his own ruin, but the annihilation of the state he had worked so hard to elevate to greatness. The road ahead was far from easy. Prussia was still surrounded by enemies, and the coalition of Austria, France, and Russia remained determined to bring Frederick to his knees. Yet, somehow, through sheer force of will, Frederick managed to hold on. His resilience became the stuff of legend. Even after such devastating losses, he refused to allow Prussia to be torn apart. The army was rebuilt, though now smaller, and relying heavily on conscripts and mercenaries. Frederick's strategic mind, even in the face of defeat, remained sharp. He shifted his tactics, focusing on survival rather than outright victory, conducting a war of attrition to stretch his enemies' resources to the limit. It was a brutal strategy, but it worked. The turning point came in 1762, when an unexpected event changed the course of the war: the death of Empress Elizabeth of Russia. Elizabeth had been one of Frederick's most determined foes, but her passing marked a critical shift in the balance of power. Her successor, Peter III, was an admirer of Frederick and swiftly pulled Russia out of the war. It was a stroke of fortune that Frederick could scarcely have imagined in the wake of Kunersdorf. The sudden withdrawal of one of Prussia's greatest enemies gave Frederick the breathing room he needed to regroup and strike back against Austria and France. Frederick's perseverance during these dark years remains one of the defining traits of his leadership. As historian Christopher Duffy noted, at Kunersdorf, Frederick suffered not just a military defeat, but what he considered the annihilation of his dreams. Yet, even in the face of that annihilation, refused to give up. His ability to keep Prussia in the war, despite the overwhelming odds and the psychological toll it took on him, is a testament to the extraordinary resilience that has made him one of the most studied and admired military leaders in history. Frederick's war was not just one of battles and territories. It was a war of endurance, a war against despair itself. As the European theatre continued to unravel, with Prussia clinging to survival by a thread, a parallel conflict was raging across the Atlantic, while Frederick grappled with the pressures of defending his kingdom. A very different kind of war was unfolding in North America, the French and Indian War. This conflict, fueled by the bitter rivalry between Britain and France, would ultimately decide the fate of empires on a global scale. In the forests and frontiers of North America, British and French forces, along with their Native American allies, fought for control of vast territories that held the promise of untold wealth and power. The outcome of this colonial war would not only shape the destinies of the two European powers, but also leave a lasting impact on the future of the continent itself. In the mid-18th century, the vast and untamed wilderness of North America became the stage for a fierce rivalry between two of Europe's greatest empires, France and Britain. Both nations harboured grand ambitions to expand their colonial territories, and the stakes in this new world were immense. North America, with its fertile lands, rich fur trade, and strategic waterways, was seen as a prize worth fighting for. For decades, the two empires had clashed in skirmishes and smaller conflicts, but the rivalry reached a boiling point over a single contested region, the Ohio River Valley. This lush and fertile land, stretching from the Appalachian Mountains to the Mississippi River, was coveted by both the French and the British, as its control would determine the fate of the interior of the continent. The Ohio River Valley wasn't just a piece of land, it was the key to dominance in North America. For the French, who had long established trading networks with Native American tribes in the region, it was vital to maintaining their fur trade and their influence over the continent's indigenous peoples. For the British, expanding westward into the Ohio Valley meant opening up new lands for settlers, securing economic prosperity, and curbing French territorial ambitions. The stakes were clear. Whoever controlled the Ohio River Valley would have a critical advantage in the struggle for supremacy in North America. Yet this regional conflict was also part of a larger global confrontation, as Britain and France were locked in a worldwide contest for power that spanned Europe, the Caribbean, India, and beyond. The battles fought in the forests and frontiers of North America were but one front in what would soon be known as the 7 Years' War. Tensions over the Ohio Valley had been simmering for years, but it was in the early 1750s that the conflict erupted into violence. Both the French and British began constructing forts to solidify their Louisiana sought to protect their trade routes and keep the British from encroaching on their lands. In response, British settlers and speculators, eager to claim the fertile lands of the valley, began building their own forts, sparking a series of confrontations. The powder keg finally exploded in 1754, when a young and ambitious British officer named George Washington found himself at the centre of a critical moment in the conflict. Sent by the governor of Virginia to deliver a message to the French, Washington's mission quickly escalated into violence. At Fort Necessity, Washington's small force was surrounded and forced to surrender by the French and their Native American allies. Though the skirmish at Fort Necessity was relatively minor, it marked the official beginning of open hostilities between the French and British in North America, setting the stage for a much larger war to come. The French, driven by a desire to protect their fur trade and maintain their influence over powerful indigenous tribes like the Algonquin, knew that their foothold in North America depended on keeping British settlers at bay. For the British, the conflict was fueled by a different motivation: the promise of land. British colonists, hemmed in by the Appalachian Mountains, saw the fertile Ohio Valley as the gateway to expansion, a chance to claim new lands and secure their future. These conflicting ambitions made war inevitable, as both sides were unwilling to back down from their claims. As the early skirmishes unfolded, the British realised that they needed more than just military might to secure their position in North America. They needed alliances, particularly with the indigenous peoples who had long controlled the lands that both empires coveted. In 1754, the British convened the Albany Congress, a meeting of colonial delegates aimed at fostering cooperation among the colonies and securing the support of key Native American tribes, especially the powerful Iroquois Confederacy. The Iroquois, who had traditionally played the French and British against each other, were seen as critical allies in the struggle for the Ohio Valley. The Albany Congress was also notable for an ambitious proposal put forward by Benjamin Franklin, the Albany Plan of Union. Franklin's plan was a bold attempt to unite the colonies under a central government, creating a cooperative defence system to face the looming threat from the French. But the plan ultimately failed, as the colonies, each fiercely protective of their individual autonomy, were unwilling to cede power to a central authority. The seeds of American unity were planted, but they would not fully take root for another 2 decades. For now, the British colonies remained divided, and this lack of coordination would have devastating consequences in the early years of the war. British military efforts in the first years of the conflict were marked by failure and humiliation. Used to European-style warfare, British commanders struggled to adapt to the rugged terrain and guerrilla tactics employed by the French and their Native American allies. One of the most significant early defeats came in 1755, when General Edward Braddock led a British expedition to capture Fort Duquesne, a French stronghold at the forks of the Ohio River. Braddock, a seasoned officer with little experience in North America, was confident of victory, but as his column marched through the dense Pennsylvania wilderness, they were ambushed by a combined force of French soldiers and Native American warriors. The resulting battle was a disaster. Braddock's forces, unprepared for the hit-and-run tactics of their enemies, were decimated. Braddock himself was fatally wounded, and his army was forced into a chaotic retreat. The ambush at Fort Duquesne underscored the British Army's lack of preparedness for the kind of warfare they were facing in North America. It also emboldened the French, who, with their indigenous allies, continued to harass British settlements and military outposts across the frontier. Despite these early failures, the British were not deterred. The rivalry between France and Britain was too deeply rooted, too entangled with imperial ambition to allow for retreat. The defeat at Fort Duquesne, along with other setbacks, made it clear that the war in North America would not be easily won. Yet, even as the British regrouped and rethought their strategy, key battles and events were beginning to unfold that would ultimately shift the balance of power. The struggle for control of North America had only just begun, and as the war progressed, both sides would find themselves locked in a brutal fight that would shape the future of the continent. In the dense wilderness of North America, the French and Indian War raged on, a conflict that would determine the future of empires and the fate of vast territories. At the heart of this struggle was Fort Duquesne, a French stronghold strategically perched at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, where they formed the Ohio River. Fort Duquesne was not just a military outpost, it was the key to controlling the Ohio Valley, and with it, the trade routes and the flow of goods between the French colonies and their indigenous allies. For years, this fort had been a symbol of French dominance in the region, and its capture became a priority for the British as they sought to wrest control of the frontier. In 1758, after several failed attempts, the British finally set their sights on Fort Duquesne with a renewed sense of purpose. This time, they were led by General John Forbes, a determined and methodical leader who learned from the mistakes of his predecessors. Forbes knew that the key to success in this rugged terrain was not just military strength, but also securing alliances with the indigenous tribes who called the Ohio Valley home. Many of these tribes, including the Shawnees and Delawares, had long supported the French, drawn by their established trading relationships and their respect for indigenous autonomy. But as the war dragged on and the French suffered defeats, these alliances began to waver. Forbes took advantage of this shift, negotiating with indigenous leaders and promising more favourable terms than the French could offer. He also employed a strategy of slow, deliberate advancement, building a series of fortified positions along the way to Fort Duquesne. By the time Forbes's forces reached the fort, the French, recognising their vulnerable position, had little choice but to abandon it, setting it ablaze as they retreated. The British victory at Fort Duquesne was a turning point in the war, and they quickly rebuilt the fort, renaming it Fort Pitt in honour of William Pitt, the British Secretary of State who had played a pivotal role in the war's direction. The capture of Fort Duquesne marked more than just a military victory. It signalled a shift in the balance of power in the Ohio Valley. The indigenous tribes, who had initially sided with the French, began to see the British as the more stable and powerful partner. As the French struggled to supply their allies with goods and arms, many tribes, including the once loyal Shawnees, began to shift their allegiances. The British, under Forbes' leadership, were quick to capitalise on this, securing crucial alliances that would help them dominate the region. Throughout the war, indigenous tribes were not passive spectators, but active participants with their own agendas and interests. Tribes such as the Algonquins, Hurons, and Abenakis aligned with the French early in the conflict, drawn by the French fur trade and their comparatively less intrusive colonial presence. The French, for their part, had long cultivated relationships with indigenous peoples, trading goods and weapons in exchange for alliances that helped secure their control of the vast interior of North America. But as the tides of war began to shift in favour of the British, indigenous leaders faced difficult choices. The Iroquois Confederacy, a powerful league of 6 nations, had largely remained neutral throughout the war, recognising that aligning too closely with one side could have long-term consequences for their sovereignty. As the war progressed, however, the Iroquois began to favour the British, seeing them as a stronger force that could potentially help them maintain their influence in the region. The fluidity of indigenous alliances was a testament to the complex web of relationships that defined the conflict. These tribes were not simply pawns in a European struggle. They were active players, navigating a war that threatened their lands and their way of life. For the British, securing indigenous support was crucial to their success, and by 1758 they had learned how to better negotiate with tribal leaders. Promises of trade goods, weapons, and respect for tribal sovereignty helped bring many indigenous nations into the British fold. As French supply lines crumbled and with fewer goods to offer, the French struggled to maintain their alliances, and many tribes began to switch sides. The indigenous peoples who had initially fought to defend their lands from British encroachment now saw that siding with the British might be the best way to preserve their autonomy in a rapidly changing world. While the war raged on in the Ohio Valley and along the frontier, the most decisive battles were fought far to the north, in the heart of French Canada. The year 1759 saw one of the most iconic moments of the war, the Battle of the Plains of Abraham. At stake was Quebec, the jewel of New France, and the stronghold from which the French had long dominated the northern reaches of the continent. For the British, capturing Quebec would deliver a devastating blow to French colonial power, and General was tasked with this formidable mission. The approach to Quebec was fraught with challenges. The city sat high on cliffs overlooking the St. Lawrence River, a seemingly impregnable position defended by French forces under General Louis-Joseph de Montcalm. Yet Wolfe was determined to succeed, even if it meant taking extreme risks. His bold plan involved scaling the cliffs under the cover of night, leading his troops to the Plains of Abraham, a flat expanse just outside the city walls. It was a gamble, but one that Wolfe was willing to take. In the early hours of September the 13th, 1759, Wolfe's men ascended the cliffs, catching the French by surprise. What followed was a short but fierce battle that would change the course of the war. The British, though outnumbered, fought with discipline and determination. General Wolfe was mortally wounded in the fighting, but not before he saw the French lines break. On the other side, Montcalm, too, was fatally wounded. The Battle of the Plains of Abraham lasted only about 15 minutes, but its impact was profound. With the French in retreat and their commander dead, Quebec was left vulnerable. The victory at Quebec was a turning point. Although the French continued to resist, the fall of their capital city marked the beginning of the end for French rule in North America. Over the following months, the British tightened their grip on Quebec, laying siege to the city and cutting off French supply lines. The British Navy, which had played a crucial role throughout the war, now blocked any attempts to reinforce the French forces. By 1760, the French made one last, desperate attempt to retake Quebec, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. The city, and with it the heart of New France, was firmly in British hands. This series of victories was due in large part to the strategic vision of William Pitt, who had taken over as Britain's Secretary of State in 1757. Pitt recognised the importance of North America as a critical theatre in the larger global war with France. His leadership transformed British strategy, directing more resources and troops to the colonies and placing a greater emphasis on naval superiority. Pitt's ability to manage the British war effort was exceptional. He not only orchestrated the military campaigns that led to the fall of Quebec, but also deftly handled relations with colonial leaders and indigenous allies, ensuring that Britain's war machine was fully mobilised. The fall of Quebec, followed by the eventual capture of Montreal in 1760, sealed France's fate in North America. After years of struggle, the British had succeeded in driving the French from their colonial strongholds. Yet, while these victories in the New World had reshaped the map of North America, the war was far from over. As the conflict neared its conclusion, diplomats from both sides would soon gather in Europe to negotiate the terms of peace, culminating in the Treaty of Paris in 1763. This treaty would not only mark the end of the war, but also set the stage for the next chapter in North American history, as new borders were drawn and new conflicts emerged. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 marked the official end of the French and Indian War, France was forced to cede virtually all its North American territories to Britain. This included Canada, as well as all lands east of the Mississippi River, forever ending French colonial aspirations on the continent. Spain, which had entered the war as an ally of France, also made concessions in exchange for the return of Havana, Cuba, a vital port that had been captured by the British. Spain was compelled to surrender Florida to Britain. For France, the Treaty of Paris represented a crushing defeat. Once a dominant force in North America, controlling vast stretches of land from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, France was now reduced to a few small islands in the Caribbean. The treaty not only stripped France of its territorial holdings, but also signalled a shift in the balance of power in the colonial world. Britain, now the undisputed master of North America, emerged from the war as the leading global empire, while France, though still influential in other parts of the world, saw its colonial power significantly diminished. The British acquisition of Canada was a transformative moment, not just for North America, but for the entire British Empire. With the signing of the treaty, Britain gained control of a vast new territory, stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi River. Canada, once the heart of New France, was now firmly in British hands. This victory elevated Britain to the status of the dominant colonial power in the region, setting the stage for future expansions and solidifying its control over key trade routes and resources. But the integration of Canada into the British Empire was not without its challenges. The population of French-speaking settlers, primarily in Quebec, posed a unique problem for the British. These settlers, many of whom had lived under French rule for generations, were now faced with the task of adjusting to a new colonial administration. Rather than forcibly expel the French settlers, the British sought a more pragmatic approach. Under the terms of the treaty, French settlers were allowed to remain in Canada, practice their Catholic faith, and continue their traditional ways of life, as long as they swore allegiance to the British Crown. This policy of accommodation, while relatively successful in maintaining peace, laid the foundation for the complex and often tense relationship between French and English-speaking populations in Canada, a dynamic that persists to this day. For the indigenous tribes who had fought alongside the French, the consequences of the Treaty of Paris were severe. Many tribes, including the Algonquins and Hurons, had allied themselves with the French, believing that their partnership would protect their lands from British encroachment. But, with the French defeat, these tribes found themselves abandoned. The British, who had less of a vested interest in maintaining alliances with indigenous groups, began to push westward, encroaching on tribal lands and threatening their way of life. For indigenous peoples, the end of the French and Indian War marked the beginning of a new and more dangerous chapter, as they were forced to navigate a world in which their French allies had disappeared, and British settlers were eager to expand into the frontier. The Treaty of Paris also marked a dramatic geopolitical geopolitical shift for France. While it retained its lucrative sugar-producing colonies in the Caribbean, France's position as a colonial power in North America was shattered. The loss of its North American territories meant that France would now focus its efforts on maintaining control over its remaining colonies in the Caribbean and Africa. However, the defeat in North America echoed across Europe and the world. France, long a rival to British power, had been dealt a significant blow, and its diminished role in global colonial competition became clear. The long-term impact of the Treaty of Paris extended far beyond the boundaries of North America. For Britain, the victory came at a great cost. The war had drained the empire's coffers, leaving the British government with a massive debt that would need to be repaid. In an effort to recoup some of these expenses, Britain turned to its American colonies, imposing a series of taxes and regulations that were deeply unpopular. Measures such as the Stamp Act and the Townshend Acts were designed to extract revenue from the colonies, but instead they fueled resentment and unrest. The colonists, who had grown accustomed to a degree of autonomy, saw these new taxes as an infringement on their rights. The seeds of discontent were sown, and within a few short years, the tensions between Britain and its American colonies would explode into revolution. For indigenous tribes, the consequences of the British victory were immediate and devastating. With the French no longer a factor in North America, the British felt little need to honour the alliances that had been formed during the war. Tribes that had once been powerful allies were now seen as obstacles to British expansion. The pressure on indigenous lands increased dramatically, leading to violent conflicts, most notably Pontiac's rebellion in 1763. Led by the Ottawa chief Pontiac, the rebellion was a coordinated effort by multiple tribes to resist British encroachment. Though the rebellion was ultimately suppressed, it underscored the growing tensions between indigenous peoples and the British settlers, tensions that would continue to shape the history of North America for generations. The French and Indian War and the Treaty of Paris that followed reshaped the map of North America and laid the groundwork for future conflicts. As historian Fred Anderson noted, the conquest of Quebec signalled the end of French colonial power in North America, a fact that would echo across the world. The removal of France as a major player in North America allowed Britain to solidify its hold over the continent, but it also set the stage for the American Revolution and the eventual rise of the United States. The war's end did not bring peace to the continent, but rather a new phase of struggle as the British Empire, its colonies, and the indigenous peoples each vied for control of the future. While the Treaty of Paris drew a definitive line under the French and Indian War, the echoes of that conflict were felt far beyond North America. Thousands of miles away, force was shaping the future of the region as British and French forces, along with their Indian allies, fought for dominance over trade routes and territories. As the war in North America concluded, attention turned to India, where the outcome of this colonial struggle would have equally profound consequences for the balance of power in the East. As the 7 Years' War raged across Europe, North America, and the Caribbean, the Indian subcontinent became another crucial battleground in the global struggle between Britain and France. In this distant theatre, the conflict played out through a series of bloody and decisive clashes known as the Carnatic Wars. These wars, fought primarily in southern India, were not just battles between European powers. They were intertwined with the shifting alliances and rivalries of Indian rulers, each vying for influence and survival in a rapidly changing landscape. The stakes were high. India was a land of immense wealth, rich in spices, textiles, and other valuable resources. Whoever controlled India controlled the gateway to vast fortunes, trade routes, and strategic coastal access. The Carnatic region, in particular, was of enormous significance. Nestled along India's southeastern coast, its ports were vital to the thriving trade between Europe and Asia. The British East India Company and the French East India Company, both seeking to expand their influence, recognised the region's value and began building alliances with local rulers. But beneath this colonial ambition lay a broader geopolitical rivalry. Britain and France, already locked in conflict across the globe, saw India as another front in their struggle for dominance. The Carnatic Wars became a microcosm of the larger 7 Years' War, as these two European powers fought for control of both European interests and colonial empires. While the first two Carnatic Wars laid the groundwork for British and French competition in India, it was the Third Carnatic War, 1757-1763, that would prove decisive. This final conflict, directly tied to the 7 Years' War in Europe, marked the turning point in the battle for control over South India. The stakes could not have been higher, as both the British and French East India Companies poured resources into the struggle, each determined to emerge as the dominant colonial power in the region. On one side, the British forces were led by the formidable Robert Clive, whose military prowess had already proven critical in earlier conflicts, and Sir Eyre Coote, a rising star in British military circles. They faced the French forces under General Thomas Arthur Lally, a seasoned commander, but one whose task grew more impossible with each passing year. The British, leveraging their naval superiority, quickly recognised that cutting off French reinforcements and supplies from Europe would be key to their victory. They blockaded French ports, severing the vital lifeline of men and materials that the French needed to sustain their presence in India. This strategy proved devastating for the French. Isolated and increasingly vulnerable, Lally's forces found themselves stretched thin British foothold. The French struggled to maintain their alliances with local Indian rulers as the tide of war turned decisively in favour of the British. In a series of engagements across the Carnatic region, the British forces gradually pushed the French back, culminating in the pivotal Battle of Wandiwash in 1760. This victory shattered French hopes of maintaining a presence in South India. The significance of the Third Carnatic War went far beyond the immediate battlefield. It signalled the end of French ambitions in India and solidified British dominance not only in the Carnatic but across much of the Indian subcontinent. The British victory in the Carnatic was mirrored by their successes in Bengal, where Clive's triumph at Plassey in 1757 had already laid the foundation for British control. As British forces expanded their influence in India, they began to shape the future of the subcontinent, not just through military conquest, but through political and economic control over Indian rulers and territories. But the war in India was never an isolated conflict. It was part of a much larger, interconnected struggle between Britain and France, a global conflict where battles in distant lands could have immediate consequences on the other side of the world. The Third Carnatic War was fought in the shadow of the 7 Years' War, with each victory or defeat in Europe, North America, or the Caribbean impacting the resources and attention that could be devoted to India. British naval supremacy, established early in the war, allowed Britain to divert troops and resources to India, while the French, increasingly cut off from their colonies, could do little to stop the British advance. As the 7 Years' War dragged on, it became clear that the tide had turned decisively in Britain's favour. In Europe, the British had secured key victories, and their dominance at sea allowed them to control trade routes and choke off French supply lines. This global dominance had a direct impact on the war in India, where the British were able to outmaneuver and outlast their French rivals. By 1763, when the Treaty of Paris brought an end to the 7 Years' War, the fate of India had already been sealed. The British East India Company stood as the dominant power in the region, while the French influence had been reduced to a handful of minor outposts. The consequences of the Carnatic Wars would resonate far beyond the battlefield. With the French effectively removed as a competitor, the British East India Company began to consolidate its control over India, laying the groundwork for nearly 2 centuries of British rule. The subcontinent, with its rich resources and strategic importance, became the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. Yet, while the British celebrated their victories, the true consequences of their dominance in India were just beginning to unfold. A story that would soon revolve around one man, Robert Clive, whose rise to power and influence would change the fate of India forever. Robert Clive, often known as Clive of India, stands as one of the most influential figures in the British conquest of India. Born in 1725 in Shropshire, England, Clive's early years gave little indication Clive's career took an unexpected turn when he joined the company's military forces. His rise was swift, driven by a combination of tactical brilliance, political cunning, and a willingness to take bold risks. As a soldier and later as a leader, Clive played a pivotal role in transforming the British East India Company from a mere trading enterprise into a formidable political and military force in India. Clive's early victories in the Carnatic Wars cemented his reputation, but it was the Battle of Plassey in 1757 that would forever secure his place in history. This battle, fought on the plains of Bengal, would become one of the most decisive engagements in the British conquest of India. It was not just a military clash, it was a turning point that would shift the balance of power in India and establish the foundations for nearly 2 centuries of British rule. At Plassey, Clive faced formidable odds. His army of British soldiers and Indian sepoys was vastly outnumbered by the forces of Nawab Siraj-ud-Dowlah, the ruler of Bengal, who had allied himself with the French. The Nawab was determined to curb British influence in his territory, having grown increasingly resentful of the East India Company's expanding presence in Bengal. Tensions had escalated to the point of open conflict after Siraj-ud-Dowlah's siege of Calcutta and the infamous Black Hole of Calcutta incident, where several British prisoners died under harsh conditions. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the future of Bengal. In the days leading up to the battle, Clive employed not only military strategy, but also political manoeuvring to tilt the scales in his favour. He secretly negotiated with Mir Jafar, one of the key commanders in Siraj-ud-Dowlah's army, promising him the throne of Bengal in exchange for betraying the Nawab during the battle. This betrayal would prove to be decisive. On the morning of June 23rd, 1757, as the 2 armies clashed at Plassey, Mir Jafar's forces stood idle, leaving Siraj-ud-Dowlah's army exposed. Despite being outnumbered, Clive's forces, bolstered by superior artillery and disciplined troops, quickly gained the upper hand. The Nawab's forces, disorganised and demoralised by the betrayal, were soon overwhelmed. The battle ended in a decisive victory for the British East India Company, and Siraj-ud-Dowlah was forced to flee. His reign as the Nawab of Bengal was over, and within days he was captured and executed. Mir Jafar, as promised, was installed as the new ruler, but it was clear to all that the true power in Bengal now rested with the British. The Battle of Plassey marked a profound shift in the political landscape of India. Siraj-ud-Dowlah's defeat at the hands of Clive and the East India Company was not just the downfall of one ruler, it was the beginning of British dominance in Bengal, one of the wealthiest provinces in India. With Bengal under their control, the British now had access to vast resources, including the region's immense wealth in agriculture, textiles, and trade. The victory at Plassey also allowed the British to cement their influence over other regional powers, using across the subcontinent. The consequences of Siraj ud-Dowlah's defeat were immediate and far-reaching. His removal from power and the installation of Mir Jafar as a puppet ruler allowed the British East India Company to effectively control Bengal without directly ruling it. This strategy, controlling through local rulers, became a hallmark of British imperial policy in India. Mir Jafar, while technically the Nawab, was little more than a figurehead, with real power resting in the hands of the company. Over the following years, the British exploited Bengal's wealth to finance their military campaigns, both in India and elsewhere. The province's riches, particularly its thriving textile industry, became a cornerstone of the British Empire's economic power. For the people of Bengal, the aftermath of Plassey was a period of profound change. The region, once ruled by independent Nawabs, now found itself under the de facto control of a foreign corporation. The British East India Company, which had begun as a trading entity, was now a political and military power, wielding enormous influence over the affairs of Bengal. The wealth extracted from the province not only enriched the company, but also played a crucial role in funding British military operations during the 7 Years' War. The profits from Bengal's industries were funneled into Britain's war effort, strengthening its position on the global stage. The victory at Plassey was also a turning point for Robert Clive himself. His triumph cemented his reputation as one of Britain's most successful military leaders and earned him both fortune and fame. Clive returned to Britain a hero, praised for his role in securing one of the richest territories in the British Empire. But his legacy in India was far more complex. While Clive is often credited with laying the foundations of British rule in India, his actions also set in motion a process of economic exploitation that would have devastating consequences for the Indian population. Under British control, Bengal's economy became increasingly geared toward the needs of the empire, leading to the collapse of local industries and contributing to widespread poverty and famine in later years. As historian P.J. Marshall noted, with Plassey, the British were no longer mere traders in India, they were rulers. This victory marked the moment when the British East India Company transitioned from a commercial entity to a political force. No longer content with merely trading, the company now wielded military and political power, using its influence to reshape the political landscape of India. Over the next few decades, the company's control would expand beyond Bengal. As British forces steadily extended their reach across the subcontinent, often using a combination of military force and political manipulation to dominate Indian rulers. The wealth extracted from Bengal during this period was instrumental in Britain's rise as a global power. The riches of India financed not only British expansion in the subcontinent, but also its military campaigns in Europe, North America, and beyond. In many ways, the Battle of Plassey was a key moment in the larger conflict resources gained from India allowed Britain to strengthen its position in the global struggle against France. But even as Clive and the British celebrated their victory, the French were not yet ready to concede defeat in India. Although weakened by the loss at Plassey, the French East India Company still held important territories in southern India, and their forces, under the command of General Thomas Arthur Lally, continued to resist British advances. The war in India was far from over, and the final chapter of this colonial struggle would soon unfold, as British and French forces clashed in a desperate battle for supremacy on the subcontinent. The French defeat in India during the 7 Years' War was not a single sudden collapse, but a drawn-out struggle that saw the gradual erosion of French power, culminating in their ultimate withdrawal from the subcontinent. At the heart of this defeat was British naval supremacy. While battles were being fought on land, it was control of the seas that would ultimately decide the fate of the French in India. The British Royal Navy's dominance meant that French forces in India were effectively cut off from reinforcements and supplies from Europe. Every ship that attempted to bring aid from France to the subcontinent was either intercepted or blocked by the British fleet, creating an ever-tightening noose around French strongholds. Key naval engagements, such as the Battle of Cuddalore in 1758 and the Battle of Pondicherry in 1759, demonstrated the superiority of the British fleet. French ships, hampered by inferior numbers and increasingly outdated vessels, were no match for the British, who could freely transport troops, weapons, and supplies to bolster their efforts in India. The French, despite their strategic presence in southern India, found themselves isolated and without the resources necessary to sustain a prolonged conflict. British naval control did more than just restrict French movements. It allowed the British to deploy troops with precision, striking French positions with overwhelming force while their adversaries languished, waiting for help that would never arrive. The fall of French strongholds in India was a slow but inevitable process. One by one, French fortresses and cities fell to British advances, with the siege of Pondicherry in 1761 marking the final blow to French ambitions on the subcontinent. British forces, under the leadership of Sir Eyre Coote, besieged the French-controlled city, cutting off its food supplies and bombarding it into submission. By the end of the siege, Pondicherry was forced to surrender, and with it, the last major French stronghold in India was gone. While the French had seen initial successes, particularly in the early years of the conflict, their inability to maintain supply lines and reinforce their troops meant that their position in the Carnatic region, and indeed across India, became untenable. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 formally brought an end to the 7 Years' War and sealed the fate of the French in India. Under the terms of the treaty, France was forced to cede most of its territorial claims in India to Britain, retaining only a few small enclaves These enclaves, though still nominally under French control, held no real military or political influence. The treaty effectively ended France's role as a colonial power in India, marking a dramatic shift in the balance of power on the subcontinent. With the French gone, the British East India Company was left unchallenged in its quest for dominance, paving the way for nearly 2 centuries of British colonial rule. The impact of the Treaty of Paris on India was profound. With French influence eliminated, the British were free to expand their control, using the East India Company as the primary vehicle for political and economic domination. The British were no longer just traders, they were rulers. The company's reach would soon extend far beyond Bengal and the Carnatic, as it steadily brought more and more of India under its influence. For France, the loss of India was a major blow to its colonial empire. Once a significant player in the global struggle for imperial dominance, France was now relegated to a lesser role, with its influence confined to a few scattered outposts around the world. The defeat in India contributed to the decline of French power in the 18th century and marked a turning point in global geopolitics. The British victory in India during the 7 Years' War was more than just a military triumph. It was the beginning of a new era in the subcontinent's history. With the French eliminated as a rival, Britain emerged as the dominant power in India, a position it would hold for the next 2 centuries. The vast resources of India, its textiles, spices, and wealth in agriculture, became essential to the British Empire's global dominance. India provided not only economic resources, but also the manpower and strategic positioning that allowed Britain to project power across the globe. The subcontinent would soon be known as the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, an indispensable part of its rise to global supremacy. Yet, while Britain's victory in India is often celebrated as a moment of imperial triumph, the legacy of this conquest is far more complex. Robert Clive, the man most responsible for the British success, remains a deeply controversial figure. On the one hand, he is remembered as a military genius, a man whose victories at Plassey and elsewhere cemented Britain's control of India. His strategic brilliance, political manoeuvring, and ability to command loyalty from both British and Indian soldiers earned him the title Clive of India. However, Clive's legacy is also stained by accusations of corruption, exploitation, and cruelty. Under his leadership, the British East India Company not only secured political power, but also extracted enormous wealth from India, often at the expense of the local population. Clive's personal enrichment and the methods he used to maintain British control have sparked ongoing debates about his role in India's history. While he is praised for his military victories, the economic exploitation that followed in the wake of those victories contributed to widespread suffering. The British East India Company, once a trading entity, became a de facto government, ruling vast swathes of India and using its military might to suppress press dissent and secure its interests. This transformation laid the foundation for British imperialism in India, with consequences that would reverberate through Indian society for centuries, culminating in the struggle for independence in the 20th century. The defeat of the French in India and the rise of the British East India Company as the dominant power in the region were just one part of the larger global conflict that characterized the 7 Years' War. Thousands of miles away in the Caribbean and West Africa, another front in the struggle for empire was raging. Here too, the rivalry between Britain and France played out in fierce naval battles and colonial skirmishes. The Caribbean, with its lucrative sugar plantations and strategic islands, became a critical theatre of war as both European powers sought to control these valuable territories. The confrontation in the Caribbean would add yet another layer to the complex worldwide battle for dominance. The Caribbean during the mid-18th century was a hotbed of wealth, power and conflict, its islands cradling one of the most profitable industries of the era, the sugar trade. The tropical climate and fertile soils of islands like Cuba, Guadeloupe and Jamaica made them ideal for growing sugarcane, which was transformed into sugar, molasses and rum, commodities that drove European economies and fed the hunger of a global market. The vast wealth generated from Caribbean plantations was a powerful incentive for European empires, and as the 7 Years' War erupted across the globe, the Caribbean became one of its most fiercely contested theatres. Sugar was more than just a commodity. It was a cornerstone of the European economy, particularly for Britain and France. The lucrative trade not only filled the coffers of wealthy plantation owners, but also fueled the naval and military efforts of these empires during the war. Yet, the wealth of the Caribbean came at an enormous human cost. The brutal system of plantation agriculture depended entirely on enslaved Africans who were forcibly transported across the Atlantic in horrific conditions. These men and women laboured under the most inhumane conditions, driving the sugar economy while enduring unimaginable suffering. As European powers vied for control of the Caribbean's riches, the islands became not only the scene of economic exploitation, but also bloody military conflict, as Britain, France and Spain fought for dominance. The strategic importance of the Caribbean extended beyond its economic value. The islands were crucial to controlling key naval routes that connected Europe, North America and South America. Naval bases established on these islands enable fleets to protect valuable shipping lanes, launch attacks on enemy vessels and secure colonial assets. The Caribbean was a chessboard where controlling an island could mean not just wealth, but also the ability to strike decisively at an opponent's supply lines, weakening their war efforts on other fronts. Throughout the 7 Years' War, both Britain and France poured resources into securing these vital strongholds, recognizing that victory in the Caribbean British forces set their sights on capturing Havana, the capital of Spanish Cuba. Havana was one of Spain's most prized colonial possessions, a bustling city that housed a major naval base and served as a defensive stronghold for Spanish fleets. Its location, guarding the entrance to the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea, made it a critical point for controlling trade routes between the Americas and Europe. For the British, capturing Havana would not only deal a devastating blow to Spanish power in the region, but also give them control of one of the most fortified cities in the Caribbean. The British launched an ambitious amphibious assault on Havana, mobilising a massive fleet and thousands of soldiers for the operation. Their naval superiority allowed them to quickly blockade the city, cutting off Spanish reinforcements and preventing supplies from reaching the defenders. Despite the heat, tropical diseases, and logistical challenges that plagued both sides, the British pressed forward. For months, they besieged the city, bombarding its fortifications and steadily wearing down the Spanish defences. Finally, after a grueling campaign, Havana fell to the British. The capture of the city was a significant victory, not just militarily, but economically. The British seized a massive amount of wealth, including ships, treasure, and control over Cuban trade, a prize that added to their growing dominance in the Caribbean. While the fall of Havana was a crushing blow to Spanish influence in the Caribbean, the French were also fighting desperately to hold on to their possessions in the region. One of the most critical confrontations for France came in 1759, when British forces targeted Guadeloupe, one of France's most valuable colonies. Guadeloupe was a gem of the French Empire, its fertile land producing enormous quantities of sugar that contributed significantly to France's wealth. The British, recognising the island's economic importance, launched a full-scale invasion in an effort to cripple France's ability to finance its war efforts. The campaign to capture Guadeloupe was no easy task. British forces, led by General John Barrington and Admiral George Rodney, faced fierce resistance from French troops and the island's challenging terrain. Disease was rampant, and the tropical heat made military operations brutal. Yet, despite these difficulties, the British pressed forward, their naval superiority allowing them to cut off French supplies and reinforce their troops. After a series of battles and skirmishes, the British eventually succeeded in capturing Guadeloupe. The loss of the island dealt a severe blow to France, not only depriving it of a major source of sugar production, but also damaging its trade networks throughout the Caribbean. The capture of Guadeloupe and Havana were the most significant victories in the Caribbean for the British, but they were far from the only confrontations. The British also targeted other French possessions, including the island of Martinique, which they successfully captured in 1762. These battles were part of a broader British strategy to seize key French and Spanish colonies, crippling their enemies' ability to generate wealth and finance their military operations in Europe and elsewhere. Naval warfare played a crucial role in these campaigns, as the British Navy, by far the most powerful in the world at the time, was able to dominate the seas and disrupt French and Spanish supply lines. The economic impact of the war on the Caribbean colonies was devastating. The constant battles, blockades, and destruction of plantations wreaked havoc on the sugar economy. Many of the most profitable sugar plantations were damaged or destroyed during the fighting, halting production and severely disrupting the trade networks that had sustained European economies for decades. For France, the loss of colonies like Guadeloupe and Martinique was particularly disastrous. These islands had been the lifeblood of the French sugar trade, and without them, France's ability to sustain its war effort rapidly diminished. The loss of such economically vital territories also had long-term repercussions for France's colonial ambitions, weakening its presence in the Caribbean and shifting the balance of power in favour of Britain. The British, on the other hand, profited immensely from their victories in the Caribbean. The capture of Havana, Guadeloupe, and other key islands allowed them to tap into the wealth generated by these sugar-producing regions. The British took control of plantations, seized ships laden with goods, and dominated the trade routes that had once been shared with France and Spain. This newfound wealth not only strengthened Britain's economy, but also provided the financial resources needed to continue their war efforts across the globe. The capture of Havana alone yielded significant treasure, and control over Cuba's strategic location gave the British an unrivaled position in the region. In the long term, the British victories in the Caribbean solidified their position as the dominant colonial power in the region. With the French and Spanish effectively weakened, Britain's control over the lucrative sugar trade allowed it to further expand its empire. The islands captured during the 7 Years' War would become crucial components of the British Empire's global network, contributing to its military and economic strength for decades to come. The war may have ended, but the legacy of Britain's triumph in the Caribbean would resonate for generations, reshaping the power dynamics of the region and leaving a lasting impact on the global economy. As the conflict in the Caribbean drew to a close, another theatre of the 7 Years' War was playing out along the coast of West Africa. Here too, European powers clashed over valuable resources and strategic outposts. The West African coast was not only central to the transatlantic slave trade, but also home to vital trading ports that connected Europe to the wealth of Africa. Just as in the Caribbean, control of these territories would prove crucial in the wider struggle between Britain, France, and their allies. The battles fought along the African coast would further shape the outcome of the 7 Years' War, adding yet another layer to the complex global conflict that was reshaping the world. While the battles of the 7 Years' War control of trade routes and coastal forts became a pivotal part of the global struggle for empire. The West African coast was a crucial piece of the triangular trade, where European powers fought not only for dominance in the slave trade, but also for access to the region's wealth in gold and other resources. This stretch of land, particularly the Gold Coast, modern-day Ghana, saw a series of skirmishes and clashes as Britain, France, and other European powers vied for control over the coastal forts that served as gateways to Africa's interior. West Africa was vital, not only for the raw materials it supplied, but for the human cargo that sustained the plantation economies of the Caribbean and the Americas. European forts like Fort James, Fort Louis, and Cape Coast Castle became the focal points of military engagements between British and French forces. These forts were not just military outposts, they were crucial trading hubs, acting as bases from which European powers negotiated with local African rulers for access to the lucrative trade routes. Control of these forts allowed Europeans to dictate the terms of the transatlantic slave trade, securing alliances with African kingdoms and maintaining a steady flow of enslaved Africans to the sugar plantations of the Caribbean. The competition for these forts was fierce. Both Britain and France sought to solidify their presence in the region, knowing that whoever controlled the West African coast controlled a vital artery of the global economy. Skirmishes erupted around key forts, with each side attempting to outmaneuver the other to secure dominance over the trade in slaves, gold, and other resources. British forces, leveraging their naval superiority, launched attacks on French-held forts, while the French attempted to maintain their foothold by reinforcing their garrisons and forging alliances with local African rulers. These African leaders, themselves powerful actors in the region's politics, played a critical role in determining which European power gained access to the interior's riches. The balance of power in West Africa often shifted as rulers aligned themselves with whichever side offered the most favourable terms in trade and protection. For both Britain and France, control of the slave trade was a central focus of their efforts in West Africa. The transatlantic slave trade had become one of the most important industries of the 18th century, with European economies relying heavily on the labour of enslaved Africans to fuel the sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations in the Americas. The plantations of the Caribbean, in particular, were dependent on a constant supply of enslaved labour, making the West African coast critical to maintaining the colonial economies of both Britain and France. Without control of the trade routes and forts in West Africa, neither power could guarantee the steady flow of slaves needed to sustain their colonies. The 7 Years' War, however, severely disrupted this brutal trade. As battles broke out along the West African coast, trade routes were interrupted, forts were captured or destroyed, and the flow of enslaved Africans to the Americas slowed significantly. British and French private privateers targeted slave ships, raiding them for valuable cargo, or destroying them to weaken their enemies' colonial economies. Naval blockades further exacerbated the situation, cutting off vital shipping lanes and preventing the movement of goods and enslaved people between West Africa and the Caribbean. The disruption of the slave trade had ripple effects throughout the Atlantic world. French and British plantations in the Caribbean, already struggling to meet the demands of war, now faced labour shortages, threatening their ability to produce the sugar and other commodities that fueled the European war effort. The impact of the war on the slave trade was profound, but it was also temporary. While the fighting in West Africa slowed the flow of enslaved Africans during the conflict, the demand for labour in the Caribbean ensured that the trade would quickly resume once the war ended. For West Africa, however, the consequences of the war were longer lasting. The disruption of the trade during the conflict led to shifts in local power dynamics as African rulers sought to realign themselves with the victorious British. With the defeat of the French in the region, Britain emerged as the dominant European power on the West African coast, setting the stage for increased British involvement in the region during the 19th century. The British victory in West Africa, though less dramatic than their triumphs in Europe or the Caribbean, marked a significant step toward their eventual control over much of the continent. The legacy of the war in West Africa is one of intensified European competition for control over the region's resources and people. The forts that dotted the coastline became symbols of imperial power, serving as outposts for the European empires that would increasingly involve themselves in the politics and economies of West Africa. As Britain consolidated its control over the region after the war, the foundations were laid for the further expansion of British influence, which would eventually culminate in the formal colonisation of large parts of West Africa in the 19th century. The disruptions caused by the 7 Years' War, combined with the shifting alliances among African rulers and European powers, accelerated the entrenchment of European dominance in the region. Reflecting on the significance of the Caribbean and West African theatres during the 7 Years' War, it becomes clear that these regions were not mere sideshows to the conflicts in Europe and North America. The economic value of the Caribbean's sugar islands and the strategic importance of West Africa's coastal forts made these regions critical battlegrounds in the global struggle for supremacy. Historian J.R. McNeill aptly summarised the stakes of these conflicts. The Caribbean islands became pawns in a larger game of global power, fought over as much for their economic value as their strategic importance. In many ways, the Caribbean and West Africa were the lifeblood of the European empires, their wealth and resources sustaining the larger war effort and shaping the outcome of the 7 Years' War. The outcomes of the war in both the Caribbean and West Africa were decisive. Britain emerged as the dominant power in both regions. Its victories in places like Havana, Guadeloupe, resources and strategic advantages it needed to emerge from the 7 Years' War as the world's preeminent colonial power. As the war in the Caribbean and West Africa wound down, the broader conflict was drawing to a close. Peace negotiations were underway, and the Treaty of Paris, signed in 1763, would bring an end to the fighting. But while the war had devastated many parts of the world, it had also reshaped the global order, with Britain emerging victorious on nearly every front. In Europe, Prussia, led by the indomitable Frederick the Great, had managed to survive despite overwhelming odds, while in the colonies, Britain had gained vast new territories. As the dust settled, the world would never be the same, and the 7 Years' War would leave a lasting legacy that would shape the course of history for decades to come. By the early 1760s, the 7 Years' War had ground down the great powers of Europe into exhaustion. After nearly a decade of intense, globe-spanning conflict, the resources, finances, and manpower of every participant was strained to their limits. Britain and France, though locked in fierce competition for global dominance, were buckling under the weight of mounting national debts and internal political pressures that demanded an end to the war. France, in particular, was struggling to recover from its losses in North America and the Caribbean, while Britain's war efforts were taking a financial toll despite its growing empire. On the European continent, the situation was no less dire. Austria, Prussia, and Russia had been embroiled in a brutal struggle, with Austria still determined to reclaim the wealthy province of Silesia from Prussia, and Russia's involvement tipping the balance in favour of the anti-Prussian coalition. The war had become a war of attrition, and every nation involved was feeling the strain. Nowhere was this exhaustion felt more keenly than in Prussia. Frederick the Great, who had once seemed unstoppable, found himself in a precarious position by 1761. His early successes in the war had given way to devastating defeats as the combined forces of Austria, Russia, and France pressed in from all sides. The Battle of Kunersdorf in 1759 had been one of Frederick's most crushing losses, leaving his army shattered and his ambitions hanging by a thread. Facing overwhelming odds, Frederick's forces were overstretched and his resources depleted. Yet, in the face of near certain defeat, Frederick refused to surrender. His military genius and aggressive tactics kept Prussia in the fight, even as the situation grew more desperate. Frederick's ability to rapidly redeploy his troops, striking where his enemies least expected, allowed him to keep Austria and Russia off balance despite his dwindling numbers. Frederick's psychological resilience was equally critical to Prussia's survival. Though he had suffered numerous defeats and setbacks, he never wavered in his determination to protect his kingdom. Even after the disaster at Kunersdorf, Frederick famously declared, "I shall not survive the downfall of my country," a testament to his personal Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, it was this indomitable will that allowed Prussia to hold on long enough for the tide of the war to shift in its favour. That shift came in the form of a political upheaval far from the battlefield. Russia had been one of Prussia's most formidable enemies throughout the war, dealing Frederick some of his most punishing defeats. Russian forces under Empress Elizabeth had played a key role in nearly bringing Prussia to its knees, with victories at Zorndorf and Kunersdorf contributing to Frederick's declining position. Elizabeth's primary goal had been to curb Prussia's expansion and restore a balance of power in Central Europe, and she had pursued this goal with relentless determination. But in January 1762, the war took an unexpected turn with the sudden death of Empress Elizabeth. Her death marked a turning point in the war, as her successor, Peter III, was an ardent admirer of Frederick the Great. In one of the most remarkable reversals of fortune in European history, Peter III immediately withdrew Russia from the conflict upon taking the throne, signing a peace treaty with Prussia and returning all occupied territories. This development, known as the Miracle of the House of Brandenburg, saved Frederick from what had seemed like inevitable defeat. Without Russian support, Austria and France were left to face Prussia on their own, and their positions rapidly weakened. Peter III's withdrawal had turned the tide of the war, allowing Frederick to regain his footing and ultimately secure Prussia's survival. Peter III's reign was short-lived. He was assassinated later that year, and Catherine the Great ascended to the Russian throne. However, Catherine chose not to re-enter the conflict, focusing instead on consolidating her own power and implementing internal reforms. With Russia out of the picture, the anti-Prussian coalition was fatally weakened, and Austria was forced to reconsider its options. Exhausted by years of warfare and with no prospect of defeating Prussia without Russian support, Austria began negotiating for peace. The result of these negotiations was the Treaty of Hubertusburg, signed in February 1763. This treaty, though less well known than the Treaty of Paris that ended the colonial aspects of the war, was equally significant in shaping the future of Europe. Despite Austria's best efforts, the treaty reaffirmed Prussia's control over Silesia, the wealthy province that had been the central cause of the war. No major territorial changes occurred in Europe, but for Frederick the Great, the treaty represented a remarkable victory. Against all odds, Prussia had not only survived, but emerged from the conflict as one of Europe's great powers. The Treaty of Hubertusburg marked the end of the European phase of the 7 Years' War, bringing an uneasy peace to the continent. For Austria, the treaty was a bitter pill to swallow. Maria Theresa had been determined to recover Silesia, but after years of bloodshed, she was forced to accept that the province would remain in Prussian hands. For Frederick, the treaty was a vindication of his military strategy and leadership. Prussia had not only defended its territory, but had established itself as a major player on the European stage. The war had proven that Prussia, though smaller and less populous than its rivals, could punch far above its weight thanks to the brilliance of its king and the discipline of its army. The consequences of the Treaty of Hubertusburg reverberated far beyond the immediate post-war period. Prussia's survival and dominance over Silesia shifted the balance of power in Central Europe, ensuring that Prussia would play a central role in future European conflicts. In the years to come, Prussia's military strength and political influence would only grow, setting the stage for its eventual leadership in the unification of Germany in the 19th century. Frederick the Great, having secured his kingdom's place among Europe's great powers, would go down in history as one of the most formidable military leaders of his time. As peace returned to Europe, the focus of the post-war negotiations shifted to the colonies, where Britain's overwhelming success in the war had redrawn the map of the world. The Treaty of Paris, signed in 1763 alongside the Treaty of Hubertusburg, would bring the 7 Years' War to its official conclusion. While Prussia had secured its position in Europe, Britain had established itself as the dominant global empire, having gained vast new territories in North America, the Caribbean, and India. The terms of the Treaty of Paris would forever alter the balance of power in the colonial world, reshaping the future of European imperialism and setting the stage for new conflicts to come. As the 7 Years' War dragged into its final years, the appetite for peace grew stronger. Europe, though battered and exhausted, had begun the process of mending its wounds with the Treaty of Hubertusburg in 1763, which brought an end to the continental conflict between Austria, Prussia, and their respective allies. Yet the global struggle, particularly between Britain and France, still burned hot across the colonies of North America, the Caribbean, and India. The war's toll on both nations had become unbearable. Military victories aside, Britain was burdened with staggering debt, while France, having lost many of its key colonies, was facing economic and political turmoil at home. Public discontent and the crushing weight of war expenditures on both sides made it clear peace had to be reached. One of the key figures driving Britain's military strategy during the war had been William Pitt, whose vision was to secure British dominance on a global scale. Pitt had orchestrated many of the campaigns that led to Britain's triumphs in North America, the Caribbean, and India. His belief in overwhelming military force had led to substantial victories, but it also placed a heavy strain on Britain's finances. By 1761, the war-weary British government, torn by internal divisions, saw Pitt resign, paving the way for more conciliatory voices to take control. With Pitt gone, and France desperately seeking to protect what remained of its empire, peace negotiations became inevitable. These negotiations culminated in the Treaty of Paris, signed on February the 10th, 1763, a document that would reshape the world and alter the balance of power for years to come. The terms of the Treaty of Paris its military might, Britain had not only gained strategic victories, but also vast new territories that would cement its place as the world's leading imperial power. In North America, Britain emerged as the uncontested ruler of the continent's eastern half. One of the treaty's most significant clauses saw France cede all its territories east of the Mississippi River to Britain, including the prized colony of Canada. This was a crushing blow to French colonial ambitions in North America, and it signalled the end of France's vast empire on the continent. With the acquisition of Canada, Britain gained control of fur trade routes and vast lands that offered both strategic and economic advantages. The French presence in North America, which had stretched from the Great Lakes to Louisiana, was now reduced to a few scattered outposts, effectively erasing French influence in the region. In addition to its gains in North America, Britain also acquired Florida from Spain as part of the treaty. In exchange, Britain agreed to return Havana, which it had captured during the war, to Spanish control. This exchange was significant for both nations. Havana was a key strategic and economic hub in the Caribbean, while Florida expanded Britain's influence in the Southern American colonies and gave it greater control over vital trade routes. For Spain, the deal allowed it to regain one of its most important colonial cities, but the loss of Florida was a bitter pill to swallow. Britain's victories were not limited to the Americas. In India, the Treaty of Paris marked the end of French territorial claims on the subcontinent. While France was allowed to retain a few small enclaves, such as Pondicherry, these holdings came with strict limitations. France could no longer maintain a military presence or interfere in local politics. With this, the British East India Company was left as the dominant European power in India, a dominance that would only grow in the years to come, eventually leading to the establishment of the British Raj. The subcontinent, with its immense wealth and strategic importance, would become one of the crown jewels of the British Empire, shaping the future of both Britain and India for generations. In the Caribbean, the treaty brought further gains for Britain. France ceded control of several islands, including Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, and Tobago, all of which were crucial for their sugar production and strategic locations. Sugar, the lifeblood of the Caribbean economy, was one of the most valuable commodities in the 18th century, and the capture of these islands significantly boosted Britain's wealth and trade networks. However, France managed to retain two of its most important colonies in the region, Martinique and Guadeloupe. These islands, with their highly profitable sugar plantations, were vital to France's economic recovery after the war. While France had been forced to give up much of its empire, holding on to Martinique and Guadeloupe allowed it to remain a significant player in the Caribbean economy. For France, the Treaty of Paris was a humiliating conclusion to a conflict that had once promised great rewards. The loss of its North American empire and its influence in India marked the France's ambitions as a global colonial power. While it still retained some key colonies, including its Caribbean islands and Louisiana, which it had secretly ceded to Spain before the treaty, France's role on the global stage had been diminished. The focus of French policy would shift inward in the years to come, with the government seeking to address its mounting financial crisis and the political instability that would ultimately culminate in the French Revolution. The Treaty of Paris thus marked the beginning of a new era for France, one in which it would turn its attention away from empire building and toward the tumultuous events that would soon reshape its own society. Spain, too, saw its fortunes change with the Treaty of Paris. As a latecomer to the war, Spain had joined on the side of France in 1761, hoping to check Britain's growing power and protect its own colonial holdings. However, Spain's involvement proved costly. While it regained Havana, the loss of Florida to Britain was a significant setback, as it reduced Spanish influence in the southeastern United States and the Caribbean. However, Spain's acquisition of Louisiana from France softened the blow, giving it control over vast new territories in North America and allowing it to retain some leverage in the region. Although Spain remained a powerful colonial empire, its role in the European balance of power was becoming increasingly precarious. The Treaty of Paris of 1763 was more than just a peace agreement. It was a watershed moment that redefined the global order. Britain had emerged from the war as the dominant imperial power. Its victories in North America, India, and the Caribbean cementing its status as the preeminent force in global affairs. The defeat of France, meanwhile, marked the beginning of a long period of decline for one of Europe's great powers. While the treaty ended the immediate conflict, it laid the groundwork for future tensions and rivalries. As the world adjusted to the new reality of British dominance, as the ink dried on the treaty, the global ramifications of this agreement were only just beginning to unfold. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 sent shockwaves across the globe, reshaping empires, territories, and alliances. In North America, the political landscape shifted dramatically as Britain gained control of vast swathes of French-held territory, including Canada and lands east of the Mississippi River. This acquisition marked the end of France's colonial presence in North America and forever altered the dynamics of power on the continent. British control of these territories brought new challenges, particularly in managing relations with indigenous populations who had long allied themselves with the French. Without the buffer of French influence, many indigenous nations faced growing encroachment from British settlers. This tension erupted into conflict shortly after the treaty was signed, most notably in Pontiac's rebellion in 1763, as indigenous leaders united in resistance against British expansion and settlement. But Britain's new territorial gains also came with the burden of governance and defence. The need to protect and manage these vast lands strained the British treasury, already depleted by years of war. To raise imposed taxes on its American colonies, sparking outrage and protests among colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. The seeds of discontent were sown, and over the next decade, these tensions would grow, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. In many ways, the Treaty of Paris set the stage for this conflict, as Britain's victory in the 7 Years' War planted the roots of rebellion among its own colonies. In India, the ramifications of the Treaty of Paris were equally transformative, with the French effectively removed as a major player on the subcontinent. The British East India Company found itself in a position of unprecedented dominance. The treaty marked the beginning of Britain's imperial rule in India, a reign that would endure for nearly 2 centuries. The British victory allowed the East India Company to expand its control over Indian territories, laying the foundation for the eventual establishment of the British Raj. For France, the treaty was a bitter defeat, signalling the end of its imperial ambitions in India. While it retained a few enclaves, such as Pondicherry, France's ability to influence Indian politics or challenge British dominance was effectively over. The Caribbean, too, was dramatically affected by the treaty. Britain's acquisition of key islands like Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, and Tobago further strengthened its grip on the lucrative sugar trade, a critical component of the global economy at the time. Sugar plantations, powered by enslaved African labour, were central to the wealth of European empires, and Britain's expanded control over these islands reinforced its economic dominance in the region. Although France managed to hold on to its most valuable sugar-producing islands, Martinique and Guadeloupe, the loss of other territories weakened its overall position in the Caribbean. In West Africa, the treaty reinforced European competition for control over coastal forts that played a pivotal role in the transatlantic slave trade. While the fighting in this region was not as decisive as in other parts of the world, the continued jockeying for dominance over these trade routes hinted at the deeper and longer-lasting impacts of European imperialism in Africa. The contest for control of African resources and people would only intensify in the years to come, setting the stage for the future colonization of the continent. The Treaty of Paris solidified Britain's rise to global dominance, marking the beginning of its reign as the world's foremost colonial and naval power. The vast territories it gained in North America, the Caribbean, and India significantly expanded its empire, securing key economic and strategic advantages. With France's defeat, Britain emerged as the preeminent force in global affairs, a position it would hold throughout the 19th century. As historian Frank McLean aptly noted, the Treaty of Paris marked the beginning of the British Empire's global dominance, while France's star waned in Europe and beyond. For France, the treaty signified a steep decline in its imperial ambitions. The loss of its North American empire and diminished influence in India severely weakened its standing on the global stage. Although France retained some important colonies, it was was clear that its focus would shift back to Europe, where internal challenges and rising discontent would soon lead to the French Revolution. The 7 Years' War and the Treaty of Paris exposed the cracks in France's once powerful empire, and the country would soon undergo a period of profound political and social upheaval. While the Treaty of Paris brought an end to one of the most far-reaching wars in history, it also laid the groundwork for future conflicts. The balance of power in Europe had been irrevocably altered, with Britain's empire expanding and France's influence receding. Yet, the peace would be short-lived, as France sought to recover from its losses and reassert itself on the European stage. The continent would once again be plunged into chaos with the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. The Treaty of Paris may have brought temporary peace, but its legacy would shape the course of history for decades to come, with the global ramifications of the 7 Years' War continuing to echo long after the ink had dried. The 7 Years' War was more than a mere clash of armies and navies. It was a conflict that reshaped the very structure of the world's empires, redrawing colonial boundaries and laying the foundations for the modern global order. As the dust settled in 1763, the Treaty of Paris revealed the true scale of the war's global impact. For many, the war signified the end of an old era of European dominance and the birth of a new one, as the balance of power shifted decisively towards Britain. In every corner of the globe, the war's aftermath could be felt, particularly in North America, India, the Caribbean, and West Africa, where empires had expanded, contracted, and altered the course of history. In North America, the Treaty of Paris radically transformed the continent's geopolitical landscape. France, once a major colonial power, was effectively eliminated from North America. Its territories, stretching from the icy expanses of Canada to the fertile lands of the Ohio River Valley, were ceded to Britain. This handover of land came with profound consequences, not just for the European settlers, but for the indigenous populations who had long navigated a delicate balance of power between competing European forces. For many Native American tribes, the French had been valuable allies, trading partners, and a buffer against the encroaching British settlers. The removal of French influence left these tribes vulnerable to British expansion, and the shifting power dynamics led to unrest. One of the immediate consequences was Pontiac's rebellion in 1763, a violent uprising by a confederation of Native American tribes who sought to resist British encroachment into their lands. The rebellion was brutally suppressed, but it underscored the fragility of Britain's new empire in North America and foreshadowed the bloody conflicts that would continue as settlers pushed westward. The end of French ambitions in North America marked the closing of one chapter in the colonial struggle, but in India the British victory was just the beginning of a new era. With the French effectively driven from the subcontinent, Britain emerged as the dominant European power in India. British East India Company, bolstered by its newfound supremacy, rapidly expanded its control over vast Indian territories. The war had not only given Britain territorial gains, but also access to India's vast resources, from textiles to spices, that would fuel the empire's economy for centuries to come. The foundations of the British Raj were laid in these years, as the East India Company transitioned from a commercial enterprise to a governing force, shaping the future of India and turning it into the crown jewel of the British Empire. The removal of French influence allowed Britain to dominate Indian trade, setting the stage for the Industrial Revolution back in Europe, powered in part by the wealth extracted from its colonies. In the Caribbean, the stakes of the war were similarly high. Britain gained several valuable islands from France, including Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada, and Tobago. These islands were not just pieces of land, they were integral parts of the global sugar economy, which was central to European wealth in the 18th century. Sugar, more valuable than gold in some respects, drove the economic engines of empire, and control over these islands gave Britain an even greater share of this lucrative trade. The Caribbean islands became key outposts in Britain's vast trading network, linking the empire's territories from the Americas to Europe. Meanwhile, in West Africa, the war solidified European competition over coastal forts, where control of trade routes, particularly the transatlantic slave trade, became more fiercely contested. British dominance in these regions further solidified its control over global trade, contributing to its rise as the world's preeminent naval power. Yet, the Treaty of Paris, for all its territorial rearrangements, also planted the seeds of future conflicts. Nowhere was this more evident than in North America, where Britain's newfound empire came with immense costs. The expense of governing and defending these vast territories, combined with the need to recoup the staggering debts incurred during the war, led Britain to impose new taxes on its American colonies. Acts like the Stamp Act and the Townshend Acts were designed to raise revenue, but they sparked outrage among colonists who felt they were being taxed without representation in Parliament. These grievances soon escalated into outright rebellion, and in a bitter twist of fate, Britain's victory in the 7 Years' War laid the groundwork for the American Revolution. The very triumph that had expanded Britain's empire also stretched it too thin, creating political and financial strains that would eventually lead to the loss of its American colonies. The global ramifications of the war extended far beyond the American Revolution. France, humiliated by its losses in North America and India, was eager for revenge. A decade after the Treaty of Paris, France found an opportunity to strike back at Britain by supporting the American colonies in their fight for independence. French financial and military aid played a crucial role in the success of the American Revolution, but it also came at a steep price. France's involvement in the conflict pushed the country further into debt, contributing to the financial crisis that would eventually spark the French Revolution. The 7 Years' War had not only redrawn the map of the world, but also set in motion a series of events that would lead to the collapse of the French monarchy and the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte. The shifting balance of power in Europe, particularly the rise of Prussia, also had far-reaching consequences. Prussia, once a minor kingdom, had emerged from the war as a formidable military power under the leadership of Frederick the Great. Its survival against overwhelming odds during the 7 Years' War altered the dynamics between the European great powers, and Prussia's newfound influence would shape the course of European history for decades to come. The alliances, rivalries, and territorial ambitions that had fueled the 7 Years' War continued to simmer beneath the surface, leading to future conflicts such as the Napoleonic Wars at the turn of the century. In India and Africa, the war's legacy would be felt for generations. The British dominance that began with the defeat of France in these regions would continue to grow throughout the 19th century as European powers vied for control over colonies, resources, and trade routes. The seeds of future imperial rivalries were sown in the aftermath of the war, setting the stage for the scramble for Africa and the continued colonization of India. The 7 Years' War had not only redrawn borders, it had redrawn the future. It laid the foundations for Britain's rise as the world's leading imperial power, a dominance that would be defined by its unparalleled naval strength. As the war came to a close, the age of British naval supremacy was just beginning, and the next chapter of empire building would be written on the high seas. Britain's mastery of the oceans would secure its global empire, transforming it into the most powerful nation on earth for centuries to come. The legacy of the 7 Years' War is often measured in terms of territorial gains and geopolitical shifts, but its most enduring impact was the birth of British naval supremacy. The war transformed the Royal Navy from a powerful force into the undisputed master of the seas, establishing a maritime dominance that would become the backbone of the British Empire for centuries. As battles raged across Europe, the Americas, India, and the Caribbean, it was the British ability to control the oceans that ultimately tipped the balance of power in their favour. Naval supremacy was not just a key element of Britain's military strategy. It was the very foundation upon which its empire would be built. Throughout the 7 Years' War, naval power proved decisive in determining the outcome of critical campaigns. Nowhere was this more evident than in the Battle of Quiberon Bay in 1759, a confrontation that decisively ended French hopes of invading Britain and confirmed British control over the Atlantic. This victory wasn't just about military strategy. It allowed Britain to cut off French supply lines, blockade enemy ports, and isolate French colonies from reinforcements. By severing France's connection to its overseas territories, Britain could methodically capture French possessions in North America, the Caribbean, and India. once a battlefield, had become a barrier between France and its far-flung empire. The Royal Navy's ability to project power across vast oceans was unparalleled. Britain's investment in its navy had long been a point of pride, but during the 7 Years' War, this investment paid off in ways that even the most ambitious strategists couldn't have predicted. The Royal Navy didn't just protect Britain's shores, it transported troops, safeguarded merchant vessels, and enforced blockades that crippled enemy economies. While armies clashed on land, the Royal Navy was waging a parallel war on the high seas, and its dominance was a major factor in Britain's eventual triumph. The blockade of French ports and the capture of enemy ships left Britain's rivals unable to maintain the global reach they once enjoyed. By the end of the war, the Royal Navy was not just the most powerful naval force in the world, it was the uncontested ruler of the seas. The sheer scale of British naval power gave it the ability to enforce its will across the globe, and it was this dominance that laid the foundations for the British Empire's rise in the 19th century. With control of key sea routes and strategic colonies, Britain could project its power to every corner of the world, ensuring that its trade networks remained secure and that its rivals were kept in check. This naval supremacy was more than a military advantage. It was the lifeblood of the empire. The wealth flowing from colonies in India, the Caribbean, and beyond fueled Britain's economy and allowed it to maintain its vast imperial network. The 7 Years' War also provided the Royal Navy with invaluable experience, sharpening its tactics and honing its officers' leadership skills. This expertise would prove crucial in future conflicts, particularly during the Napoleonic Wars, where British naval supremacy once again played a pivotal role in defeating France. The victories of the 7 Years' War were the precursors to Britain's naval dominance at Trafalgar in 1805, where Admiral Nelson's fleet decisively crushed the combined French and Spanish navies. This continuity of success on the seas underscored the Royal Navy's importance, not just in warfare, but in ensuring that Britain could expand and maintain its empire. The war's lessons extended beyond the military sphere, however, as Britain's naval dominance had profound economic implications. Control of the seas allowed Britain to protect its mercantile interests, securing shipping routes that were essential for the transport of goods, raw materials, and wealth from its colonies. As the Royal Navy patrolled the waters of the Caribbean, the Indian Ocean, and the coast of Africa, it ensured that Britain's economic lifelines remained intact. The empire's prosperity depended on these shipping routes, and the Navy became the guardian of Britain's global commerce. As the British Empire expanded in the 19th century, the Royal Navy's global reach became an even more critical element of its power. The lessons learned during the 7 Years' War helped Britain craft a naval strategy that ensured it could defend its far-flung territories, while also projecting its power wherever it was needed. The Navy became the Empire's shield and sword achieve the scale or influence that it did. The importance of British naval power extended beyond Britain's own imperial ambitions. The experience gained during the 7 Years' War, combined with the Royal Navy's unmatched capability, allowed Britain to play a key role in shaping the geopolitical landscape of the 19th century. As rival empires like France and Spain struggled to recover from their losses, Britain, bolstered by its naval strength, expanded its influence. The Navy didn't just ensure victory in wars, it provided Britain with the means to secure peace on favourable terms, dictate trade agreements, and safeguard its colonial possessions. The 7 Years' War marked the beginning of an era in which the Royal Navy was not only the guardian of British interests, but the foundation of Britain's global dominance. As Britain moved into the 19th century, its naval power allowed it to maintain control over an empire that spanned the globe. From the protection of vital sea lanes to the enforcement of imperial policy, the Royal Navy remained the bedrock of Britain's status as the world's preeminent power. But as the Navy expanded and its influence grew, so too did the costs of maintaining such a vast imperial network, a burden that would have significant economic consequences for Britain in the years to come. The 7 Years' War, while a monumental conflict in terms of territorial gains and shifting power dynamics, left a profound and lasting economic impact on the nations involved, particularly Britain and France. Despite Britain's triumphant victories across the globe, the financial toll of the war was staggering. Britain emerged from the conflict with a towering national debt, a burden that would loom over its policies and colonial relations for years to come. War had been costly. Funding armies, navies, and global campaigns required immense resources. Even as Britain celebrated its newly expanded empire, the price of its success would soon reveal itself in the form of economic strain and rising tensions at home and abroad. For France, the war had been an economic catastrophe. Defeated both on land and at sea, France not only lost significant colonies, but also poured vast amounts of money into military campaigns that ended in failure. The defeat and the loss of key colonies, including Canada and large parts of India, stripped France of valuable revenue sources. The lucrative fur trade in North America, along with the wealth generated by the colonies, had once filled French coffers, but now those resources flowed to Britain. By the time the Treaty of Paris was signed in 1763, France was not only humiliated on the world stage, but financially crippled. The monarchy found itself grappling with an immense debt it could not afford, deepening the fiscal crisis that would soon spiral into political turmoil. The long-term consequences of the war's financial cost were particularly severe for both Britain and France. Britain's national debt had doubled during the war, and the government faced the daunting task of managing this massive financial burden. To address the growing debt, Britain implemented a series of taxes, both at home and in its colonies. the Stamp Act of 1765 and the Townshend Acts of 1767, which imposed taxes on a range of goods and legal documents in the American colonies. These measures were deeply unpopular. In the American colonies, the cry of "no taxation without representation" began to echo through the streets as colonial leaders resisted what they saw as unjust impositions by the British government. The war, which had been fought to expand British control in North America, had also set the stage for its undoing. The financial strain of the war led to a growing rift between Britain and its colonies, a rift that would widen into rebellion. The American Revolution, which erupted just over a decade after the 7 Years' War ended, was in many ways a direct consequence of the economic policies that Britain adopted to manage its war debt. The revolutionaries in the colonies were not merely fighting for independence, they were rebelling against a system that had emerged from the war's economic aftermath. In France, the financial consequences of the war were even more catastrophic. The loss of revenue from its former colonies severely weakened the French economy, and the monarchy's inability to effectively manage its growing debt crisis sowed the seeds of unrest. France's economic situation had been precarious even before the war, but the defeat in the 7 Years' War exacerbated existing tensions. As the Crown struggled to reform the tax system and raise revenue, it faced increasing resistance from the nobility and wealthy classes who refused to bear the financial burden of the state. The middle and lower classes, meanwhile, suffered under an oppressive tax regime that did little to alleviate their hardship. This economic strain created a volatile political environment. By the late 1780s, the financial crisis had reached a breaking point. In 1789, King Louis XVI was forced to call the Estates General, a representative assembly that had not been convened in over a century, in an attempt to address the nation's fiscal problems. What followed was the beginning of the French Revolution, a seismic event that would overthrow the monarchy and reshape the political landscape of Europe. The roots of this revolution, though complex and multifaceted, can be traced back in part to the economic devastation wrought by the 7 Years' War. The financial burden of the war, combined with France's failure to adapt to its post-war economic reality, contributed to the unravelling of the Ancien regime. Both Britain and France found themselves grappling with the economic legacies of the 7 Years' War in very different ways, but the war's financial consequences had a profound impact on shaping the political futures of both nations. For Britain, the economic pressures of managing a global empire and dealing with the discontent of its American colonies would lead to the loss of those colonies in the American Revolution. For France, the inability to recover from the financial devastation of the war would fuel the revolutionary fervour that brought down its monarchy and plunged the country into a period of radical change. As the war's economic consequences rippled across the globe, the stage was set for a new era in Europe's political and social landscape. The These economic pressures, compounded by the shifting power dynamics in the aftermath of the war, would continue to shape the course of history, leading to the birth of modern Europe as we know it. The legacy of the 7 Years' War profoundly shaped the future of Europe, leaving an indelible mark on the continent's political landscape. At the heart of this transformation was Prussia's meteoric rise as a major power, driven by the military brilliance of Frederick the Great. Faced with overwhelming odds, Frederick's strategic genius ensured not only Prussia's survival, but its dominance in Central Europe. His ability to outmaneuver larger forces, particularly those of Austria, Russia and France, transformed Prussia from a relatively small kingdom into a significant force on the European stage. By the end of the war, Prussia had solidified its control over Silesia, a wealthy and strategically vital region, marking a decisive victory that elevated its status among Europe's great powers. Frederick the Great's legacy extended far beyond his battlefield victories. His military reforms, including the emphasis on discipline, mobility, and the effective use of small, well-trained forces, became the blueprint for modern warfare in Europe. Other nations looked to Prussia's army as a model for building their own military capabilities. Moreover, the war laid the groundwork for Prussia's eventual leadership in the unification of Germany, a process that would culminate over a century later by cementing Prussia's position as a dominant force in Central Europe. The 7 Years' War set in motion the events that would ultimately lead to the creation of a unified German Empire under Prussian leadership in 1871. Austria, on the other hand, saw its influence diminished by the war's outcome. Despite Maria Theresa's fervent desire to reclaim Silesia, Austria's failure to do so during the conflict marked a significant blow to its prestige. The defeat weakened Austria's position in Central Europe and signalled a shift in the balance of power. No longer could Austria claim unchallenged dominance over the region. To remain a major player in European politics, Austria was forced to realign its alliances and focus on internal reforms. These reforms aimed to modernise its administration and military in the aftermath of the war, but the loss of Silesia would haunt Austria's strategic interests for years to come. The realignment of European alliances following the war was another significant consequence of the conflict. The intricate web of alliances that had defined European diplomacy in the 18th century was forever altered. The diplomatic revolution of 1756, which saw Austria, France, and Russia form an unlikely coalition against Prussia and Britain, had seemed an unshakable pillar of European strategy. Yet, by the war's end, this alliance had proven fragile and obsolete. New rivalries emerged, and old partnerships dissolved, creating a fluid and unpredictable diplomatic environment. The war had reshuffled the deck, and as European powers grappled with their losses and gains, they sought new allies to secure their positions in the years ahead. its part, emerged as the undisputed naval and colonial superpower, but the victory came at a cost. While Britain's territorial gains from the war were substantial, particularly in North America and India, the financial strain of the conflict forced the British government into a position of increased taxation. These economic pressures, particularly the controversial taxation of its American colonies, would ultimately spark the American Revolution, a conflict that echoed the very tensions the 7 Years' War had set in motion. France, meanwhile, was left humiliated and financially crippled. The loss of its colonial empire in North America and its diminished influence in India struck a devastating blow to French prestige. The financial costs of the war, combined with France's internal political struggles, sowed the seeds of future revolutionary unrest. The strains placed on the French economy by the war contributed to the fiscal crisis that would help ignite the French Revolution just a few decades later. The shifting balance of power in Europe, coupled with the rising discontent among the populace, created a volatile mix that would soon erupt into the chaos of the Napoleonic Wars. As Europe moved into the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the legacies of the 7 Years' War continued to ripple through the continent. Prussia's rise, Austria's diminished influence, and the realignment of European alliances all contributed to the geopolitical tensions that would define the era. The war had redrawn the map of Europe, and the new power dynamics set the stage for future conflicts, including the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. These wars, in turn, would shape the course of modern Europe, leading to the eventual collapse of old empires and the rise of new ones. The 7 Years' War, while initially viewed as a conflict over colonial territories and European hegemony, had far-reaching consequences that extended well beyond its military outcomes. It fundamentally altered the diplomatic, economic, and political landscape of Europe, setting the stage for the revolutions and wars that would follow. The shifting alliances, the financial strains, and the rise of new powers created a volatile environment in which the old order could no longer hold. As the war concluded, Europe found itself on the cusp of a new era, one defined by the rise of nationalism, the collapse of monarchies, and the birth of modern nation-states. The 7 Years' War was not merely a clash of armies. It was a transformative event that helped shape the world as we know it today. As we reflect on its legacy, it becomes clear that the war's impact stretched far beyond the battlefield, influencing the course of history for generations to come. The 7 Years' War set in motion the rise of the British Empire, the realignment of European alliances, and the eventual upheaval of revolutionary movements across the globe. As historian Mark Danley aptly notes, the 7 Years' War ended not just with new borders and colonies, but with the birth of a new world order. From the rise of Prussia to the fall of the French monarchy, the war's legacy reshaped Europe and its colonies, leaving a profound impact the 7 Years' War, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on everything we've explored together. This war, spanning continents and oceans, was one of the most far-reaching conflicts in history. We've travelled through the battlefields of Europe, North America, India and beyond, witnessing key moments like the British capture of Quebec in North America and the decisive Battle of Plassey in India. These events weren't just battles, they were turning points that forever altered the balance of power in the world. In Europe, we watched as Frederick the Great defied the odds and led Prussia to survive against overwhelming forces, securing Prussia's place as a major European power. At the same time, Britain's control of the seas allowed it to dominate on a global scale, securing victories in the Caribbean and across the world. The war ended with 2 treaties, the Treaty of Hubertusburg in Europe and the Treaty of Paris globally, both of which reshaped colonial borders and solidified Britain's dominance as the leading global power. The consequences of the war were profound. Britain emerged as the world's preeminent colonial power, gaining control over vast French territories in North America and India. But this victory came at a cost. To recover from the immense debt accumulated during the war, Britain imposed new taxes, particularly on its American colonies. This decision, as we know, led to mounting unrest and ultimately sparked the American Revolution. Meanwhile, France, weakened by its losses and struggling under economic strain, faced growing internal discontent. The financial instability caused by the war played a major role in the conditions that eventually led to the French Revolution. On a global scale, the 7 Years' War was a watershed moment. Often regarded as the first global war, it redrew the lines of power across the world. In North America, it laid the groundwork for the American Revolution, as British policies to recover from war debts sparked colonial resistance. In Europe, the war altered the balance of power, with Prussia rising as a significant force and Austria's influence waning. These changes reshaped alliances and sowed the seeds for future conflicts, including the Napoleonic Wars. The impact of the 7 Years' War goes far beyond the battlefield. It set the stage for revolutions, influenced global trade, and redefined empire building in ways that still shape our understanding of history today. Its consequences, both immediate and long-lasting, are part of the reason why we study history, to understand how these monumental events echo through time. As we wrap up this discussion, I want to thank you for taking the time to join me on this journey. The 7 Years' War may seem like a distant event, but the ways it shaped the world still affect us today. From the reshaping of empires to the revolutions it sparked, its legacy is a powerful reminder of how interconnected history truly is. If you've enjoyed this calming journey through history, I encourage you to subscribe to the ASMR History Hub. I have so many more stories to share, and I look forward to diving into new topics with you. And if you have ideas solutions, or anything in between. Your suggestions help guide me in creating the content you want to explore. Thank you again for being part of this journey with me. I'm excited for the adventures still to come and look forward to our next historical exploration together. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video.